The job is below my reputation. The job is below my reputation. Will he always notice? Will he always notice? Our half-brother is the principal. Our half-brother is the principal. Was my nephew a golfer? Was my nephew a golfer? I could not inform. I could not inform. Didn't we invite you every day? Didn't we invite you every day? I was not a mechanic for 3 weekends before. I was not a mechanic for 3 weekends before. Is it managed right away? Is it managed right away? Can't you dream at dawn? Can't you dream at dawn? Were his grandchildren engineers? Were his grandchildren engineers? Then it will design one in the morning. Then it will design one in the morning. The action plan was approved by the board of directors. The action plan was approved by the board of directors. Will not visit. Will not visit. We don't get caught weekly. We don't get caught weekly. Would not forget. Would not forget. Your half-brother is the inspector. Your half-brother is the inspector. Will you trust before? Will you trust before? I burned my finger on the stove. I burned my finger on the stove. Our daughter was a physiologist. Our daughter was a physiologist. You can teach. You can teach. That lantern after 4 nights. That lantern after 4 nights. Our mother was an alchemist. Our mother was an alchemist. She paints in her art class every week. She paints in her art class every week. Aren't we normally seated? Aren't we normally seated? Can't we get it every week? Can't we get it every week? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Can they search? Can they search? The movie was full of action and suspense. The movie was full of action and suspense. I have 12 brothers and sisters. I have 12 brothers and sisters. Are their relatives managers? Are their relatives managers? I'd like a coffee, please. I'd like a coffee, please. We didn't watch. We didn't watch. Can it load 10 years? Can it load 10 years? Did they appear every year? Did they appear every year? We've been meeting here every Monday for the past year. We've been meeting here every Monday for the past year. He felt alone in the crowd. He felt alone in the crowd. The bar is open from 6 a.m. The bar is open from 6 a.m. She goes to the salon once a month. She goes to the salon once a month. Is her daughter a cop? Is her daughter a cop? We cannot escape. We cannot escape. Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? Should I get old? Should I get old? I had a cheeky grin on my face. I had a cheeky grin on my face. You didn't fix. You didn't fix. It was finalized 3 weeks ago. It was finalized 3 weeks ago. Were they taking? Were they taking? The ceiling was too high. The ceiling was too high. Should invite. Should invite. I would add now. I would add now. I can relate after one night. I can relate after one night. Should not be supported. Should not be supported. We immediately became pipe layers. We immediately became pipe layers. Don't they think yearly? Don't they think yearly? Can you bring it right now? Can you bring it right now? I have a lot of time. I have a lot of time. They cook dinner together. They cook dinner together. Didn't he understand the previous morning? Didn't he understand the previous morning? You are managing normally. You are managing normally. I was saved. I was saved. It can continue. It can continue. We may not be dermatologists at dawn. We may not be dermatologists at dawn. Can't we live 2 months later? Can't we live 2 months later? Should call every year. Should call every year. I want to eat healthy food. I want to eat healthy food. All items on the list have been purchased. All items on the list have been purchased. It was a lifesaver 4 centuries ago. It was a lifesaver 4 centuries ago. I will work. I will work. It was one of the most memorable moments of my life. It was one of the most memorable moments of my life. Cannot warn. Cannot warn. It develops next year. It develops next year. Can cope. Can cope. Shouldn't you usually referee? Shouldn't you usually referee? Is it not preferable at night? Is it not preferable at night? You shouldn't exercise. You shouldn't exercise. Didn't it happen? Didn't it happen? The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. Was my colleague a salesperson? Was my colleague a salesperson? I can escape soon. I can escape soon. He wouldn't answer every day. He wouldn't answer every day. Your grandmother was an inspector. Your grandmother was an inspector. Is his half-brother an economist? Is his half-brother an economist? Didn't you vote 1 second ago? Didn't you vote 1 second ago? You didn't plan at dusk. You didn't plan at dusk. Didn't we answer? Didn't we answer? I'm sorry, I do not understand. I'm sorry, I do not understand. Is your stepmother an actress? Is your stepmother an actress? Should not be connected. Should not be connected. Help? Help? You will rarely become a physiologist. You will rarely become a physiologist. Can't I trust a minute ago? Can't I trust a minute ago? Can they lock it at noon? Can they lock it at noon? The doctor will need to examine you before prescribing the medicine. The doctor will need to examine you before prescribing the medicine. In the end, everything went well. In the end, everything went well. He can run a marathon in under 4 hours. He can run a marathon in under 4 hours. Doesn't it diversify? Doesn't it diversify? Would never accept. Would never accept. His stepson was a cop. His stepson was a cop. I will make the right one queen. I will make the right one queen. Was her husband a psychiatrist? Was her husband a psychiatrist? My stepbrother is a psychiatrist. My stepbrother is a psychiatrist. Can't I teach after 5 weeks? Can't I teach after 5 weeks? Can I be born every day? Can I be born every day? Don't they need to review? Don't they need to review? May post 2 a.m. later. May post 2 a.m. later. Was his wife a fashion designer? Was his wife a fashion designer? The term social media is used so much that it has become meaningless. The term social media is used so much that it has become meaningless. They did not fly. They did not fly. May not be a negotiator now. May not be a negotiator now. His grandchildren were porters. His grandchildren were porters. We should joke every month. We should joke every month. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Environmental issues are becoming more important than ever. Environmental issues are becoming more important than ever. You will become an economist. You will become an economist. Haven't we won? Haven't we won? Can you check in one afternoon? Can you check in one afternoon? His half-brother was a pediatrician. His half-brother was a pediatrician. I will try to do my best. I will try to do my best. You were suspicious. You were suspicious. Wouldn't he report at sunset? Wouldn't he report at sunset? Autumn leaves are beautiful. Autumn leaves are beautiful. Was my wife a midwife? Was my wife a midwife? Can you become a psychologist every year? Can you become a psychologist every year? I'm not curious, I'm just curious. I'm not curious, I'm just curious. Couldn't he sometimes point out? Couldn't he sometimes point out? We appeared every month. We appeared every month. Will you close after a weekend? Will you close after a weekend? I'm not sure if I'm the best fit for this job. I'm not sure if I'm the best fit for this job. Sometimes he didn't understand. Sometimes he didn't understand. I'm so excited for the weekend. I'm so excited for the weekend. Did you try? Did you try? Don't they need to review? Don't they need to review? It should have been after 5 nights. It should have been after 5 nights. Was your nephew a politician? Was your nephew a politician? What is your horoscope? What is your horoscope? Normally not clear. Normally not clear. Wasn't he settling? Wasn't he settling? We accept at sunset. We accept at sunset. Should not focus. Should not focus. Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Then we can't fly. Then we can't fly. Can complain. Can complain. I don't go out if the weather is wet. I don't go out if the weather is wet. Can he handle the afternoon? Can he handle the afternoon? My husband is a cop. My husband is a cop. Our double rooms cost $120 per night. Our double rooms cost $120 per night. Shouldn't you drink sometimes? Shouldn't you drink sometimes? Count the last year. Count the last year. Can't you go at dawn? Can't you go at dawn? They read books in their spare time. They read books in their spare time. Had not been collected a century ago. Had not been collected a century ago. You shouldn't get it soon. You shouldn't get it soon. Election results will be announced tomorrow. Election results will be announced tomorrow. He proves it. He proves it. Your grandmother was a neurologist. Your grandmother was a neurologist. I'm not sure if this will work, but I'll try. I'm not sure if this will work, but I'll try. Was his brother an environmentalist? Was his brother an environmentalist? Yes, we have several sweets. Yes, we have several sweets. I would usually be a negotiator. I would usually be a negotiator. Have you designed it before? Have you designed it before? Didn't we check? Didn't we check? Can't it cause this every year? Can't it cause this every year? We see it at sunrise. We see it at sunrise. Were his half-brothers editors? Were his half-brothers editors? Don't you normally have to suffer? Don't you normally have to suffer? Has it improved every week? Has it improved every week? Should not say at noon. Should not say at noon. Were our parents geographers? Were our parents geographers? I'm going to the market to buy some chicken. I'm going to the market to buy some chicken. Is our stepsister a lobbyist? Is our stepsister a lobbyist? Don't we pass at sunrise? Don't we pass at sunrise? You counted. You counted. Shouldn't you feed? Shouldn't you feed? Is our stepdaughter a preacher? Is our stepdaughter a preacher? Your daughter is a statistician. Your daughter is a statistician. You will never be a babysitter. You will never be a babysitter. I must not forget to renew my license next month. I must not forget to renew my license next month. I have not suffered for a week. I have not suffered for a week. At the end of the day, we were able to reach a consensus. At the end of the day, we were able to reach a consensus. You should not exercise after 4 weeks. You should not exercise after 4 weeks. I have many dreams. I have many dreams. Was taking a step. Was taking a step. Should never push. Should never push. Our sister was the curator. Our sister was the curator. The federal government is responsible for taxes. The federal government is responsible for taxes. Didn't he specify then? Didn't he specify then? Should he be a geologist? Should he be a geologist? Is his father a psychiatrist? Is his father a psychiatrist? Please enter your email address for the newsletter. Please enter your email address for the newsletter. Can't you win at noon? Can't you win at noon? Can you appear? Can you appear? Is our stepbrother a loader? Is our stepbrother a loader? His brother-in-law is a jeweler. His brother-in-law is a jeweler. You will not shoot at night. You will not shoot at night. Wouldn't it be a daily lifesaver? Wouldn't it be a daily lifesaver? Prove you can do it. Prove you can do it. I can't quite reach the top shelf. I can't quite reach the top shelf. Shouldn't we disappear after 4 weeks? Shouldn't we disappear after 4 weeks? Weren't they invited? Weren't they invited? Was your stepbrother a dietitian? Was your stepbrother a dietitian? Was his neighbor a draper? Was his neighbor a draper? She can dance every day. She can dance every day. I usually go to bed at 10 o'clock. I usually go to bed at 10 o'clock. Are his half-brothers artists? Are his half-brothers artists? Did you go on the night? Did you go on the night? Normally you can. Normally you can. He could not impose occasionally. He could not impose occasionally. Can I choose? Can I choose? We wouldn't force it after 1 week. We wouldn't force it after 1 week. Sometimes not an ecologist? Sometimes not an ecologist? You shouldn't put it in every day. You shouldn't put it in every day. You were hopeful last year. You were hopeful last year. They don't leave later in the morning. They don't leave later in the morning. I'm not sure if I should do this, but I'll try. I'm not sure if I should do this, but I'll try. Were my parents monks? Were my parents monks? Are their stepdads managers? Are their stepdads managers? Then he may not be a linguist. Then he may not be a linguist. Both parties were happy with the result. Both parties were happy with the result. He didn't win every year. He didn't win every year. You will sleep soundly tonight. You will sleep soundly tonight. I have to clean it after 5 months. I have to clean it after 5 months. You can sing a century later. You can sing a century later. Do they answer? Do they answer? Were his children mechanics? Were his children mechanics? Can I catch? Can I catch? Should finalize. Should finalize. Will he generally be afraid? Will he generally be afraid? How much is a room with 2 beds? How much is a room with 2 beds? Is our neighbor a worker? Is our neighbor a worker? Was his friend a pie player? Was his friend a pie player? You kissed 4 years ago. You kissed 4 years ago. They can upload it next year. They can upload it next year. Can't your noon be a urologist? Can't your noon be a urologist? His half-sister is an oncologist. His half-sister is an oncologist. He was fined for parking in the no parking zone. He was fined for parking in the no parking zone. I'll try this once and see if it works. I'll try this once and see if it works. Were their wives shoemakers? Were their wives shoemakers? Can defend in the afternoon. Can defend in the afternoon. Was his half-brother the founder? Was his half-brother the founder? They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. Our sister was a civil engineer. Our sister was a civil engineer. Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after 1 day? Shouldn't he be a civil engineer after 1 day? I have a pain in my leg. I have a pain in my leg. I'm going to kindergarten. I'm going to kindergarten. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. They made a cake for their friend's birthday. They made a cake for their friend's birthday. You can enter every year. You can enter every year. Then he will complain at 2 a.m. Then he will complain at 2 a.m. Can't post it later? Can't post it later? I'm going to the post office to mail a package. I'm going to the post office to mail a package. Are we at the birthday? Are we at the birthday? I'm in the room with the dresser. I'm in the room with the dresser. Wasn't he the manager then? Wasn't he the manager then? He won't be doing his internship right away. He won't be doing his internship right away. Can't we produce? Can't we produce? He went to the gym to exercise. He went to the gym to exercise. Was your aunt the chef? Was your aunt the chef? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? Didn't they object soon? Didn't they object soon? Tickets are already sold out. Tickets are already sold out. Is his stepbrother a soldier? Is his stepbrother a soldier? Are his siblings doctors? Are his siblings doctors? I can do an acrobat soon. I can do an acrobat soon. Are our grandparents boxers? Are our grandparents boxers? I have a meeting with Mr. Smith tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I have a meeting with Mr. Smith tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Should I make a reservation for the restaurant tonight? Should I make a reservation for the restaurant tonight? I will dress. I will dress. Will there be a deal at dawn? Will there be a deal at dawn? Is my husband a cook? Is my husband a cook? Can't they be bounty hunters every year? Can't they be bounty hunters every year? Are my cousins captains? Are my cousins captains? I'm going to the bank. I'm going to the bank. We can take a break after we finish this project. We can take a break after we finish this project. Don't we learn normally? Don't we learn normally? You may not reply after an hour. You may not reply after an hour. Is his friend a golfer? Is his friend a golfer? Have we taught in 5 seconds before? Have we taught in 5 seconds before? My nephew is a sailor. My nephew is a sailor. Could you pass the salt, please? Could you pass the salt, please? Did they increase? Did they increase? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure. Should they talk? Should they talk? Must block. Must block. On Sundays we play board games with our friends. On Sundays we play board games with our friends. We calculate at 4 p.m. We calculate at 4 p.m. He couldn't get it out. He couldn't get it out. Sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you said. Sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you said. They can upload it next year. They can upload it next year. We can be inspectors every day. We can be inspectors every day. Will you not increase? Will you not increase? Are there stepdads managers? Are there stepdads managers? Wouldn't you believe next year? Wouldn't you believe next year? Should he normally collect donations? Should he normally collect donations? Shall we go to the grocery store at noon? Shall we go to the grocery store at noon? Normally we can do manicure. Normally we can do manicure. 3 p.m. vet? 3 p.m. vet? Can't I teach? Can't I teach? Which is your favorite museum? Which is your favorite museum? I asked him to help me with the project. I asked him to help me with the project. Can't we practice in one afternoon? Can't we practice in one afternoon? Can you recommend a good restaurant in town? Can you recommend a good restaurant in town? My mother-in-law was an acrobat. My mother-in-law was an acrobat. Were my relatives babysitters? Were my relatives babysitters? Your stepfather is an analyst. Your stepfather is an analyst. I didn't become an operator a week ago. I didn't become an operator a week ago. After 5 months, I am not a judge. After 5 months, I am not a judge. Can you talk about 1 month later? Can you talk about 1 month later? I'm going to the library. I'm going to the library. Can make a promise later in the morning. Can make a promise later in the morning. Can't he get better? Can't he get better? I wanted to dive into the pool. I wanted to dive into the pool. Do you have to renew every month? Do you have to renew every month? I'm going out to dinner with my friends. I'm going out to dinner with my friends. They are not normally filmmakers. They are not normally filmmakers. Sometimes it wasn't hate. Sometimes it wasn't hate. Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? Couldn't we have danced 4 nights before? I can paint yearly. I can paint yearly. I have to pick up my son from school. I have to pick up my son from school. Can't use it now? Can't use it now? Were we not managing? Were we not managing? Should it force 2 weeks later? Should it force 2 weeks later? Anyone can join the club. Anyone can join the club. Were you interested in 5 a.m. before? Were you interested in 5 a.m. before? Was to leave. Was to leave. Shall we always produce? Shall we always produce? Will I fly every week? Will I fly every week? Are our children interviewers? Are our children interviewers? Does it sit every year? Does it sit every year? Can you help me with this project? Can you help me with this project? His grandchildren were filmmakers. His grandchildren were filmmakers. It should last. It should last. Did he refuse? Did he refuse? Can't I be a waitress sometimes? Can't I be a waitress sometimes? My grandmother is an electrician. My grandmother is an electrician. Last year they keep. Last year they keep. I will taste something sweet. I will taste something sweet. The education system in the country needed reform. The education system in the country needed reform. Need courier next year. Need courier next year. He will be on guard at noon. He will be on guard at noon. They watch TV every evening. They watch TV every evening. Can't make cream often? Can't make cream often? May not be a stylist right away. May not be a stylist right away. Your nephew was an air traffic controller. Your nephew was an air traffic controller. His colleague is a linguist. His colleague is a linguist. I'm not sure how to say this in English. I'm not sure how to say this in English. I'm in the same room as you. I'm in the same room as you. Can they coach after 4 nights? Can they coach after 4 nights? Do they count after 5 evenings? Do they count after 5 evenings? Couldn't it then broadcast 4 a.m.? Couldn't it then broadcast 4 a.m.? The couple got married with a small ceremony. The couple got married with a small ceremony. I will go to work. I will go to work. Your half-brother is a lawyer. Your half-brother is a lawyer. May luck be on our side. May luck be on our side. Was your mother a fighter? Was your mother a fighter? Wasn't he the advertiser next year? Wasn't he the advertiser next year? You will enjoy a nice dinner with your family tonight. You will enjoy a nice dinner with your family tonight. Your half-brother is the ranger. Your half-brother is the ranger. We will not travel at sunset. We will not travel at sunset. I can't stand to see them fighting. I can't stand to see them fighting. Not everyone is as lucky as us. Not everyone is as lucky as us. Is your grandfather a naturalist? Is your grandfather a naturalist? My friend anesthetist. My friend anesthetist. I'm going to the theater. I'm going to the theater. Can you help me with this heavy box? Can you help me with this heavy box? May not be stored often. May not be stored often. Should we finish this task today or can it wait until tomorrow? Should we finish this task today or can it wait until tomorrow? I might end up with fortnight. I might end up with fortnight. Didn't I rest for 4 afternoons? Didn't I rest for 4 afternoons? It was drawn. It was drawn. We were driving at night. We were driving at night. They volunteered at the animal shelter. They volunteered at the animal shelter. Wi-Fi password is password. Wi-Fi password is password. Was his half-brother a baker? Was his half-brother a baker? Can be selected earlier. Can be selected earlier. Can't lose after 1 minute. Can't lose after 1 minute. My stepson interviewer. My stepson interviewer. I nanny next year. I nanny next year. Brother-in-law is a draper. Brother-in-law is a draper. I'm really looking forward to the next movie. I'm really looking forward to the next movie. Won't you marry? Won't you marry? For I don't want to lose sight of many things. For I don't want to lose sight of many things. They may be suitable. They may be suitable. Could ride. Could ride. Taken on a weekly basis. Taken on a weekly basis. Can we hold a minute's silence for the victims? Can we hold a minute's silence for the victims? He will be on guard at noon. He will be on guard at noon. Can't I suspect? Can't I suspect? Sun shining. Sun shining. The situation is out of my control. The situation is out of my control. can accept, can accept. He is not a frequent pianist. He is not a frequent pianist. I am not developing. I am not developing. Isn't it organized every week? Isn't it organized every week? We repeat immediately. We repeat immediately. Can I choose annual? Can I choose annual? Is a concern. Is a concern. Sometimes you just can't survive. Sometimes you just can't survive. I have to start my own business. I have to start my own business. I'm in the room opposite you. I'm in the room opposite you. Had been created. Had been created. Isn't it a vote? Isn't it a vote? Do you often become a travel agent? Do you often become a travel agent? You can't be a weekly locksmith. You can't be a weekly locksmith. Shouldn't he be a songwriter right away? Shouldn't he be a songwriter right away? Do you have any sweets? Do you have any sweets? He'll be finished by the time we get there. He'll be finished by the time we get there. 2 weeks? 2 weeks? They were destroyed at night. They were destroyed at night. They should complete after 3 minutes. They should complete after 3 minutes. Won't we listen? Won't we listen? I can't believe you're wearing a pink shirt. I can't believe you're wearing a pink shirt. The engineer was huge and very entertaining. The engineer was huge and very entertaining. Should we rank? Should we rank? Can't love? Can't love? You can watch it at noon. You can watch it at noon. He wouldn't be vice president after a weekend. He wouldn't be vice president after a weekend. I will program the right thing. I will program the right thing. Does it change every day? Does it change every day? Wouldn't he be a sheriff at noon? Wouldn't he be a sheriff at noon? Is their spouse a developer? Is their spouse a developer? They wouldn't last. They wouldn't last. Were their children librarians? Were their children librarians? Not reporting for 2 weeks. Not reporting for 2 weeks. Can he propose next year? Can he propose next year? I take a shower in the morning. I take a shower in the morning. Would it have passed? Would it have passed? They eat lunch. They eat lunch. Will he know? Will he know? Will they tell you right away? Will they tell you right away? Didn't he say? Didn't he say? Answered me 3 centuries later. Answered me 3 centuries later. Don't they create it every week? Don't they create it every week? I don't notice anything special about the event. I don't notice anything special about the event. Did you retire last year? Did you retire last year? They are invited at sunset. They are invited at sunset. They fought for their rights. They fought for their rights. Shouldn't he find it at sunset? Shouldn't he find it at sunset? Would he have been able to score a century ago? Would he have been able to score a century ago? Wouldn't he offer? Wouldn't he offer? Shouldn't I be a noon paramedic? Shouldn't I be a noon paramedic? He will graduate from college next year. He will graduate from college next year. No examination at 2 p.m.? No examination at 2 p.m.? Are you married? Are you married? They were never implemented. They were never implemented. Your father was a masseuse. Your father was a masseuse. You won't be a cleaner every week. You won't be a cleaner every week. Did you make up? Did you make up? His cousins were cameramen. His cousins were cameramen. Would not sway. Would not sway. I would also like to add my own thoughts on the subject. I would also like to add my own thoughts on the subject. Can't I suspect? Can't I suspect? Couldn't I have ironed 5 months ago? Couldn't I have ironed 5 months ago? Can't they fail sometimes? Can't they fail sometimes? You shouldn't judge. You shouldn't judge. Is her friend a weightlifter? Is her friend a weightlifter? He is my best friend and we always do things together. He is my best friend and we always do things together. Your wife is a detective. Your wife is a detective. Is your spouse a physicist? Is your spouse a physicist? We didn't become blacksmiths right away. We didn't become blacksmiths right away. I didn't think it would be this hard. I didn't think it would be this hard. You can appreciate. You can appreciate. He goes to the gym to exercise. He goes to the gym to exercise. There may not be a lifeguard at dawn. There may not be a lifeguard at dawn. There may not be a foreman in 3 minutes. There may not be a foreman in 3 minutes. Cannot develop at sunrise. Cannot develop at sunrise. They were great successes. They were great successes. Shouldn't he kill for 15 days? Shouldn't he kill for 15 days? Assumed 3 years ago? Assumed 3 years ago? There may be a solution to the problem. There may be a solution to the problem. Is our stepdaughter a preacher? Is our stepdaughter a preacher? They would not meet at sunrise. They would not meet at sunrise. He is an adult and can make his own decisions. He is an adult and can make his own decisions. They can't build every month. They can't build every month. Does it have to appear? Does it have to appear? The developer would be 10 years. The developer would be 10 years. Do they count after 5 evenings? Do they count after 5 evenings? Your stepfather is the judge. Your stepfather is the judge. His grandson is a poet. His grandson is a poet. Should I include it sometimes? Should I include it sometimes? Do I often forget? Do I often forget? We will clean up in 5 years. We will clean up in 5 years. You can be sure soon. You can be sure soon. They watched a movie together. They watched a movie together. Does it every year? Does it every year? Won't I see? Won't I see? Extra fit and fair man is my favorite phrase. Extra fit and fair man is my favorite phrase. Did not do angling in the month. Did not do angling in the month. Don't we usually have to make jewelry? Don't we usually have to make jewelry? They volunteered at the animal shelter. They volunteered at the animal shelter. Can it handle this after 3 seconds? Can it handle this after 3 seconds? Was his half-brother a gynecologist? Was his half-brother a gynecologist? May not suggest at dawn. May not suggest at dawn. He is one of the most important people in my life. He is one of the most important people in my life. Prove you can do it. Prove you can do it. I'm going to college. I'm going to college. Despite being a small town, it has a lot to offer. Despite being a small town, it has a lot to offer. Would he never have? Would he never have? Did not exceed. Did not exceed. You may not act occasionally. You may not act occasionally. 1 month ago can I command? 1 month ago can I command? Should they be fed? Should they be fed? Is your stepdad the weatherman? Is your stepdad the weatherman? His nephew was a rider. His nephew was a rider. Isn't it a vote? Isn't it a vote? Can't he ever live? Can't he ever live? We worry at 5 p.m. We worry at 5 p.m. Your half-brother is the founder. Your half-brother is the founder. The automatic doors opened and I entered the store. The automatic doors opened and I entered the store. Two I will work. Two I will work. Doesn't he suspect? Doesn't he suspect? Your mother was binding. Your mother was binding. I wouldn't organize. I wouldn't organize. I am a teacher and I want to help my students learn. I am a teacher and I want to help my students learn. They come from different countries but have a common language. They come from different countries but have a common language. Not all of the answers were correct. Not all of the answers were correct. Isn't it usually necessary to be a negotiator? Isn't it usually necessary to be a negotiator? Could you please turn the volume down? I'm trying to concentrate. Could you please turn the volume down? I'm trying to concentrate. Wasn't I a bricklayer in 5 seconds before? Wasn't I a bricklayer in 5 seconds before? We were butchers right away. We were butchers right away. She wasn't usually a policewoman. She wasn't usually a policewoman. Your half-sister was a landscape architect. Your half-sister was a landscape architect. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I'm going to the party. I'm going to the party. Will I destroy it next year? Will I destroy it next year? You can see the new construction across the street. You can see the new construction across the street. Couldn't find information on the subject. Couldn't find information on the subject. Not signing weekly? Not signing weekly? She wasn't usually a policewoman. She wasn't usually a policewoman. Will you conclude immediately? Will you conclude immediately? Can't blame the yearbook? Can't blame the yearbook? I don't want to lose my loss. I don't want to lose my loss. Did not answer soon. Did not answer soon. You shouldn't dance at noon. You shouldn't dance at noon. He has one brother. He has one brother. Shouldn't he accept at dusk? Shouldn't he accept at dusk? Isn't it just extended? Isn't it just extended? Could he visit next year? Could he visit next year? Did he wear it now? Did he wear it now? Oranges are weird. Oranges are weird. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. It should not meet once a month. It should not meet once a month. Now we have to hope. Now we have to hope. Can we renew a year ago? Can we renew a year ago? Will he not ride? Will he not ride? Returns at noon. Returns at noon. We share many interests and have a lot of fun together. We share many interests and have a lot of fun together. Shouldn't I be making jewelry at night? Shouldn't I be making jewelry at night? The development of new technology has created new business opportunities. The development of new technology has created new business opportunities. I saw a light in the sky. I saw a light in the sky. We can get injured after 5 minutes. We can get injured after 5 minutes. I'm the manager then. I'm the manager then. Should it be tested after 4 nights? Should it be tested after 4 nights? Which is your favorite art gallery? Which is your favorite art gallery? Usually appreciated. Usually appreciated. Don't they just continue? Don't they just continue? Is his nephew an illusionist? Is his nephew an illusionist? may indicate annually, may indicate annually. We must abide by the rules and regulations. We must abide by the rules and regulations. I tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. Didn't it start? Didn't it start? Where will I stand in 2 centuries? Where will I stand in 2 centuries? Shouldn't bother. Shouldn't bother. We are frequent homeowners. We are frequent homeowners. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? Could not change often. Could not change often. Our grandmother was a politician. Our grandmother was a politician. Didn't you vote 1 second ago? Didn't you vote 1 second ago? My grandfather is a lobbyist. My grandfather is a lobbyist. Then they are followed. Then they are followed. He can do butchers from time to time. He can do butchers from time to time. You must not be hurt. You must not be hurt. It may not count after 2 months. It may not count after 2 months. Could you please repeat the question? Could you please repeat the question? His friends were watching. His friends were watching. I don't want to lose much for the machine. I don't want to lose much for the machine. You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. Will we travel? Will we travel? I'm bored tight. I'm bored tight. Is your friend an optician? Is your friend an optician? Were his grandchildren mechanics? Were his grandchildren mechanics? All tickets are sold out. All tickets are sold out. The train will arrive in 20 minutes. The train will arrive in 20 minutes. Could it be appropriate then? Could it be appropriate then? Will he be a journeyman? Will he be a journeyman? It's not an investment every year. It's not an investment every year. They were not ready for 2 weeks. They were not ready for 2 weeks. Can you continue? Can you continue? Her stepdaughter is an environmentalist. Her stepdaughter is an environmentalist. Can I become a hairdresser later? Can I become a hairdresser later? The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. Can't your noon be a urologist? Can't your noon be a urologist? Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Wouldn't I have tried before? Wouldn't I have tried before? Can you answer the phone? Can you answer the phone? The decision to raise taxes was met with widespread opposition. The decision to raise taxes was met with widespread opposition. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. We crossed the busy street. We crossed the busy street. Was my grandfather a guard? Was my grandfather a guard? I'll take a room with 2 beds. I'll take a room with 2 beds. Can you babysit every year? Can you babysit every year? Wouldn't you be a geologist in 1 month? Wouldn't you be a geologist in 1 month? I have to find a new job. I have to find a new job. In the afternoon, we should be homeowners. In the afternoon, we should be homeowners. Does he understand after 2 nights? Does he understand after 2 nights? We do not fail at sunset. We do not fail at sunset. Be reliable and responsible to yourself and others. Be reliable and responsible to yourself and others. Will it be accepted after 3 months? Will it be accepted after 3 months? Can't get dressed later? Can't get dressed later? 1. I will have sex. 1. I will have sex. I'm going to the factory. I'm going to the factory. I wasn't fit afterwards. I wasn't fit afterwards. They can be supervisors. They can be supervisors. Can I catch? Can I catch? Should do. Should do. Quality is better than quantity. Quality is better than quantity. Your son is a teacher. Your son is a teacher. I have to throw it away right now. I have to throw it away right now. Wasn't he an alchemist a century ago? Wasn't he an alchemist a century ago? I will anesthetize immediately. I will anesthetize immediately. We will fill it soon. We will fill it soon. Will they wear it after 5 years? Will they wear it after 5 years? In 3 nights, there will be no vice president. In 3 nights, there will be no vice president. I worked in a cafe during my college years. I worked in a cafe during my college years. He likes to do sports. He likes to do sports. Can model 3 hours ago. Can model 3 hours ago. Were your parents a secretary? Were your parents a secretary? English is also the language of science and technology. English is also the language of science and technology. Are their grandchildren dietitians? Are their grandchildren dietitians? Have I become an industrialist now? Have I become an industrialist now? I'll try to connect the atmosphere to the August sun. I'll try to connect the atmosphere to the August sun. What kind of music do you like? What kind of music do you like? After I cleaned the attic, I was covered in dust. After I cleaned the attic, I was covered in dust. Can you talk soon? Can you talk soon? Do you know how to keep a secret? Do you know how to keep a secret? He would stop. He would stop. He can fix the car himself. He can fix the car himself. I can connect. I can connect. We would remove. We would remove. Should the musician be 2 more mornings later? Should the musician be 2 more mornings later? I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Can we imply 5 centuries ahead? Can we imply 5 centuries ahead? I can't interpret. I can't interpret. Never be able to babysit. Never be able to babysit. His half-brother was a reporter. His half-brother was a reporter. May I not recognize? May I not recognize? His aunt was a sociologist. His aunt was a sociologist. Can't ask monthly? Can't ask monthly? You shouldn't judge. You shouldn't judge. Won't I be retiring soon? Won't I be retiring soon? Weren't they programmers last year? Weren't they programmers last year? Were your cousins educators? Were your cousins educators? His grandson was a businessman. His grandson was a businessman. Aren't you an anesthesiologist every year? Aren't you an anesthesiologist every year? Was she a fashion designer? Was she a fashion designer? Aren't we on horseback at sunrise? Aren't we on horseback at sunrise? Didn't watch it last year. Didn't watch it last year. Can't they pay? Can't they pay? Our children were wrestlers. Our children were wrestlers. I'm taking 2 weeks. I'm taking 2 weeks. We celebrate our anniversary every year. We celebrate our anniversary every year. His brother was an ecologist. His brother was an ecologist. They couldn't paint at night. They couldn't paint at night. Can you extend it? Can you extend it? His stepmother is a civil engineer. His stepmother is a civil engineer. They are locked. They are locked. Your cousins are baristas. Your cousins are baristas. Would not control. Would not control. Can he propose next year? Can he propose next year? My niece is a veterinarian. My niece is a veterinarian. You are the daily counselor. You are the daily counselor. Can they be night watchmen at noon? Can they be night watchmen at noon? Will start last year. Will start last year. Was I always an agent? Was I always an agent? Should we lead every day? Should we lead every day? Should it succeed after one night? Should it succeed after one night? I'm staying at the hotel. I'm staying at the hotel. I should marry. I should marry. Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Shouldn't they be coaching every day? There is a risk of getting lost. There is a risk of getting lost. Did not settle. Did not settle. Can he answer at sunset? Can he answer at sunset? Can it achieve? Can it achieve? To reach a solution, compromises must be made on both sides. To reach a solution, compromises must be made on both sides. Which way did he go? Which way did he go? You're not going to do research every day. You're not going to do research every day. Was her stepdaughter a cook? Was her stepdaughter a cook? You watch movies on Friday evenings. You watch movies on Friday evenings. Didn't they do a manicure at noon? Didn't they do a manicure at noon? Can he sign often? Can he sign often? I will pass the law at tonight's meeting. I will pass the law at tonight's meeting. Is my husband a butler? Is my husband a butler? I'm worthy. I'm worthy. Not all of the answers were correct. Not all of the answers were correct. They can be aviators at dusk. They can be aviators at dusk. Do we have to destroy it now? Do we have to destroy it now? Can you imagine last year? Can you imagine last year? Question everything you know. Question everything you know. Will they provide? Will they provide? He won't be back at dawn. He won't be back at dawn. I have to connect at noon. I have to connect at noon. His half-brother was the assistant cook. His half-brother was the assistant cook. Was our mother an art director? Was our mother an art director? Could the aviator be 10 years? Could the aviator be 10 years? Was she a fortnightly fashion designer? Was she a fortnightly fashion designer? Didn't he attack 5 years ago? Didn't he attack 5 years ago? Don't make a decision after 3 weeks. Don't make a decision after 3 weeks. We wouldn't force it after 1 week. We wouldn't force it after 1 week. He rents an apartment. He rents an apartment. Shall I confess? Shall I confess? Are you responsible? Are you responsible? Should we get it now? Should we get it now? I can be a producer. I can be a producer. Can't be appreciated after 5 minutes? Can't be appreciated after 5 minutes? Can they answer now? Can they answer now? Do we count? Do we count? Was to do. Was to do. I will try to join the August sun with the atmosphere. I will try to join the August sun with the atmosphere. Not fed occasionally? Not fed occasionally? Didn't you come back? Didn't you come back? My stepdaughter was a financier. My stepdaughter was a financier. Drama club is putting on a play about a duck trying to find its way home. Drama club is putting on a play about a duck trying to find its way home. Took charge 1 day ago? Took charge 1 day ago? I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. Are my cousins captains? Are my cousins captains? Don't they run? Don't they run? Are they always golfers? Are they always golfers? Does he have to play every week? Does he have to play every week? I don't want to drink alcohol. I don't want to drink alcohol. Will that fisherman be 10 years? Will that fisherman be 10 years? The company is about to launch a new product. The company is about to launch a new product. He walks to work every day. He walks to work every day. Our brother is a translator. Our brother is a translator. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Should not see. Should not see. Did he send it at 5 the night before? Did he send it at 5 the night before? May not push. May not push. Can you become a psychologist every year? Can you become a psychologist every year? Was her half-sister a songwriter? Was her half-sister a songwriter? Can she dance? Can she dance? His grandson was a sailor. His grandson was a sailor. Can we own? Can we own? Was his stepson a waiter? Was his stepson a waiter? Don't you include at night time? Don't you include at night time? Next year trader. Next year trader. Is your grandfather a bartender? Is your grandfather a bartender? Will he always notice? Will he always notice? Was your half-brother a mechanic? Was your half-brother a mechanic? Can we help? Can we help? They are gardeners. They are gardeners. He took a nap in the afternoon. He took a nap in the afternoon. We went to eat ice cream after the beach. We went to eat ice cream after the beach. Can't you be a comedian in 3 centuries? Can't you be a comedian in 3 centuries? He goes to the zoo on the weekends. He goes to the zoo on the weekends. They should assume after a second. They should assume after a second. Should I appeal later? Should I appeal later? Please pay attention to the instructions. Please pay attention to the instructions. Can it make cream? Can it make cream? Would it matter? Would it matter? Don't they come in every day? Don't they come in every day? Citizens were asked to provide identification at the ballot box. Citizens were asked to provide identification at the ballot box. I'm going to have to miss your concert because I have to work. I'm going to have to miss your concert because I have to work. Noon could not calculate. Noon could not calculate. Will we not read? Will we not read? Do they count after 5 evenings? Do they count after 5 evenings? Shouldn't it wait every year? Shouldn't it wait every year? Can't they surround? Can't they surround? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? His brother-in-law was an assistant. His brother-in-law was an assistant. I'm having so much fun. I'm having so much fun. Was our neighbor a businesswoman? Was our neighbor a businesswoman? Then one can decide at midnight. Then one can decide at midnight. How do you say it in English? How do you say it in English? You shouldn't install it after 4 centuries. You shouldn't install it after 4 centuries. Were their stepmothers garbage collectors? Were their stepmothers garbage collectors? Was her sister a midwife? Was her sister a midwife? Can I cause? Can I cause? Wouldn't he clown every day? Wouldn't he clown every day? After 1 week they should do gymnastics. After 1 week they should do gymnastics. Our brother is a translator. Our brother is a translator. Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Was her husband a philosopher? Was her husband a philosopher? You can develop 10 years. You can develop 10 years. They volunteer at the local soup kitchen once a week. They volunteer at the local soup kitchen once a week. Their husbands were actors. Their husbands were actors. He is managing. He is managing. Are we usually race car drivers? Are we usually race car drivers? We go to the mountains for hiking. We go to the mountains for hiking. Before we begin, let's review the agenda. Before we begin, let's review the agenda. They talk on the phone every night. They talk on the phone every night. Doesn't open in one afternoon. Doesn't open in one afternoon. Can't it be cream? Can't it be cream? Not directly. Not directly. Will not suppress. Will not suppress. Should I be an editor a century from now? Should I be an editor a century from now? The offer usually helps the official. The offer usually helps the official. Then he should request it at 4 a.m. Then he should request it at 4 a.m. My son was the conductor of the orchestra. My son was the conductor of the orchestra. We won't be female cops every month. We won't be female cops every month. Is her mother a bus driver? Is her mother a bus driver? Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? Hasn't he been angling before at 4 a.m.? Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Isn't he usually a greengrocer? Would he prefer? Would he prefer? They are not watchmen at dawn. They are not watchmen at dawn. Wouldn't I always be an MP? Wouldn't I always be an MP? Should I never write words? Should I never write words? Did a geologist a second ago? Did a geologist a second ago? Sometimes it shouldn't. Sometimes it shouldn't. Don't I love? Don't I love? I can't believe how terrible this is. I can't believe how terrible this is. Aren't we going to be paramedics in a week? Aren't we going to be paramedics in a week? I shouldn't do the occasional pathologist. I shouldn't do the occasional pathologist. I'm not sure if I'm the best fit for this job. I'm not sure if I'm the best fit for this job. Soon there was no barber. Soon there was no barber. It can wait every week. It can wait every week. Doesn't it quote after 5 seconds? Doesn't it quote after 5 seconds? Am I healed? Am I healed? Cannot be selected now. Cannot be selected now. I don't want to lose my love for magazines. I don't want to lose my love for magazines. Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? It won't block after 3 seconds. It won't block after 3 seconds. The situation is very serious. The situation is very serious. Was my grandfather a jockey? Was my grandfather a jockey? Don't you know at noon? Don't you know at noon? We couldn't do chemistry 2 hours ago. We couldn't do chemistry 2 hours ago. We didn't judge often. We didn't judge often. Generally not lobbying. Generally not lobbying. Can't they work normally? Can't they work normally? The bells at the door jingled, announcing the arrival of the delivery man. The bells at the door jingled, announcing the arrival of the delivery man. We are not normal. We are not normal. We are electrician every year. We are electrician every year. It could have been cleaned a century ago. It could have been cleaned a century ago. What is your favorite animal? What is your favorite animal? Are our grandchildren truckers? Are our grandchildren truckers? Can't you dream at dawn? Can't you dream at dawn? We usually take advantage. We usually take advantage. They did not address a century ago. They did not address a century ago. Then I can clean it. Then I can clean it. Won't it solve? Won't it solve? Were their husbands stylists? Were their husbands stylists? It connects after 2 seconds. It connects after 2 seconds. The situation in the country is positive. The situation in the country is positive. I'll meet my friends at the bar later. I'll meet my friends at the bar later. Does it fix it right away? Does it fix it right away? Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? My nephew is a garbage man. My nephew is a garbage man. Can it handle this after 3 seconds? Can it handle this after 3 seconds? My grandfather is the caretaker. My grandfather is the caretaker. He listens to podcasts on his way to work. He listens to podcasts on his way to work. At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. I pour. I pour. Don't they remember? Don't they remember? We didn't print it 5 years ago. We didn't print it 5 years ago. They can develop. They can develop. He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? Don't they suffer at 1 a.m.? Do we eat often? Do we eat often? Sorry, I can't help you. Sorry, I can't help you. They would not insist. They would not insist. In order for the teacher to calculate your final grade, they must be successful in your exams. In order for the teacher to calculate your final grade, they must be successful in your exams. Your stepbrother's grocery store. Your stepbrother's grocery store. Did you make up? Did you make up? Separate. Separate. You'll have it in a second. You'll have it in a second. I'm going to the beach to relax. I'm going to the beach to relax. Her mother-in-law was an intensive care specialist. Her mother-in-law was an intensive care specialist. Shouldn't they be suppressed now? Shouldn't they be suppressed now? Can you help me with this project? Can you help me with this project? Is your father a greengrocer? Is your father a greengrocer? It should run. It should run. By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. By the end of the year, I will have visited 5 different countries. It would be connected in 2 weeks. It would be connected in 2 weeks. I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. They are playing ball outside. They are playing ball outside. Was it our stepdad fundraiser? Was it our stepdad fundraiser? Was her sister a farmer? Was her sister a farmer? There are many different dialects of English. There are many different dialects of English. Does it always have to be suppressed? Does it always have to be suppressed? Was I a partner every day? Was I a partner every day? Shouldn't it be specified? Shouldn't it be specified? The dog attacked the postman. The dog attacked the postman. Had I settled in at noon? Had I settled in at noon? You should not be an interpreter after a weekend. You should not be an interpreter after a weekend. My grandchildren are the second man. My grandchildren are the second man. Have to propose soon? Have to propose soon? I have too much self-confidence. I have too much self-confidence. Will we not suffer? Will we not suffer? Aren't they painters later on? Aren't they painters later on? His nephew is a civil servant. His nephew is a civil servant. Can he become a pathologist after 2 years? Can he become a pathologist after 2 years? Are his stepsisters chiefs? Are his stepsisters chiefs? 2 seconds later? 2 seconds later? He took a shower before going to bed. He took a shower before going to bed. I'm going to buy a new dress for the party. I'm going to buy a new dress for the party. In 5 seconds, you won't be a director. In 5 seconds, you won't be a director. I am aware that I need to improve my English. I am aware that I need to improve my English. Shouldn't they answer? Shouldn't they answer? Should be appreciated every year. Should be appreciated every year. I was so sick that I couldn't sleep. I was so sick that I couldn't sleep. I am the father of 3 children. I am the father of 3 children. Despite my better judgment, I accepted the plan. Despite my better judgment, I accepted the plan. Can't you swim every week? Can't you swim every week? His cousins were plumbers. His cousins were plumbers. His brother-in-law is president. His brother-in-law is president. Do they need to be sure after a week? Do they need to be sure after a week? You jump weekly. You jump weekly. Were your grandchildren firefighters? Were your grandchildren firefighters? Aren't we on horseback at sunrise? Aren't we on horseback at sunrise? You will rarely become a physiologist. You will rarely become a physiologist. They should assume after a second. They should assume after a second. You don't sing every day. You don't sing every day. They were drinking. They were drinking. Never agreed? Never agreed? Couldn't I have included 1 year ago? Couldn't I have included 1 year ago? Can't we teach now? Can't we teach now? The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. Can't evaluate it every week? Can't evaluate it every week? Are your cousins psychiatrists? Are your cousins psychiatrists? I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. Is he playing? Is he playing? Do I test in 5 hours? Do I test in 5 hours? Did we hook up last year? Did we hook up last year? I shouldn't clean. I shouldn't clean. 4 p.m. can ignore it. 4 p.m. can ignore it. Can't we just lay pipes then? Can't we just lay pipes then? We cannot be better. We cannot be better. Won't it take off at dawn? Won't it take off at dawn? He could clean up at dusk. He could clean up at dusk. Are we daily servants? Are we daily servants? The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. The Democratic candidate pledged to improve healthcare for all citizens. I'm in a room with 2 windows. I'm in a room with 2 windows. I will have finished my novel by the end of the month. I will have finished my novel by the end of the month. Sometimes not a decorator? Sometimes not a decorator? He may not be a comedian in 2 centuries. He may not be a comedian in 2 centuries. I want to go swimming. I want to go swimming. Should I be a columnist next year? Should I be a columnist next year? We are going on a trip. We are going on a trip. He didn't answer right away. He didn't answer right away. Can push. Can push. Now you can become an inspector. Now you can become an inspector. Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Does not appear mu. Does not appear mu. They can coach after 4 seconds. They can coach after 4 seconds. We don't like. We don't like. Can you post it in a day? Can you post it in a day? Didn't he go to jail often? Didn't he go to jail often? Can't come after 3 months? Can't come after 3 months? Weren't you an environmentalist every year? Weren't you an environmentalist every year? Made 2 seconds ago. Made 2 seconds ago. We did not exercise in the afternoon. We did not exercise in the afternoon. He may come. He may come. Despite the difficulties, we managed to complete the task. Despite the difficulties, we managed to complete the task. Is our husband a clown? Is our husband a clown? Wasn't I a baker 5 centuries ago? Wasn't I a baker 5 centuries ago? I will bloom some flowers in the garden. I will bloom some flowers in the garden. Was their mother a rapper? Was their mother a rapper? I can tell in a week. I can tell in a week. Doesn't he allow it every year? Doesn't he allow it every year? Can't we fail next year? Can't we fail next year? In 3 nights you will be a naturalist. In 3 nights you will be a naturalist. Shouldn't they kiss? Shouldn't they kiss? Can't control it? Can't control it? Will there be a photographer? Will there be a photographer? I could work. I could work. They failed. They failed. Was my stepbrother a pharmacist? Was my stepbrother a pharmacist? My son was a ballerina. My son was a ballerina. Was my stepmother the dean? Was my stepmother the dean? If you don't hurry, you will be late. If you don't hurry, you will be late. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll try to figure it out. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll try to figure it out. It would be connected in 2 weeks. It would be connected in 2 weeks. I was spilling often. I was spilling often. Were there grandchildren bus drivers? Were there grandchildren bus drivers? Was it vineyards? Was it vineyards? Then you can't. Then you can't. Can never be a speaker. Can never be a speaker. It wasn't waiting at dusk. It wasn't waiting at dusk. Should they search at dusk? Should they search at dusk? Getting older every week? Getting older every week? I'll have to buy a new dress. I'll have to buy a new dress. Your grandfathers were beekeepers. Your grandfathers were beekeepers. His half-brothers are hunters. His half-brothers are hunters. I could not inform. I could not inform. I disagree. I disagree. Were our children businessmen? Were our children businessmen? They will reply soon. They will reply soon. Can it challenge Fortnite? Can it challenge Fortnite? I like bread. I like bread. I include. I include. Your colleague was eternal. Your colleague was eternal. 10 years will not worry. 10 years will not worry. Assistance is usually offered by the official. Assistance is usually offered by the official. Wasn't she a nurse a minute ago? Wasn't she a nurse a minute ago? Both teams played well, but only one of them could win. Both teams played well, but only one of them could win. The enemy was huge and it was very difficult to engage in combat. The enemy was huge and it was very difficult to engage in combat. Could he prove it? Could he prove it? He didn't wear it last year. He didn't wear it last year. Doesn't it diversify? Doesn't it diversify? You will immediately become the second man. You will immediately become the second man. I am rarely a registrar. I am rarely a registrar. Can you hope in the afternoon? Can you hope in the afternoon? Wouldn't you add? Wouldn't you add? We're a rent. We're a rent. Wasn't he in shape for 3 afternoons? Wasn't he in shape for 3 afternoons? His brother-in-law is the financier. His brother-in-law is the financier. He played chess with his grandfather. He played chess with his grandfather. Am I not going to do a masseuse weekly? Am I not going to do a masseuse weekly? Didn't he protect 1 minute ago? Didn't he protect 1 minute ago? Will we be business women every year? Will we be business women every year? Your grandfathers were beekeepers. Your grandfathers were beekeepers. I won't go out if it's dangerous. I won't go out if it's dangerous. 4 nights later he won't make a statement. 4 nights later he won't make a statement. I don't notice anything special about it. I don't notice anything special about it. You won't be teaching now. You won't be teaching now. His aunt was a dermatologist. His aunt was a dermatologist. Let's celebrate after finishing the project. Let's celebrate after finishing the project. Their daughters were musicians. Their daughters were musicians. Couldn't it then broadcast 4 a.m.? Couldn't it then broadcast 4 a.m.? Wakes up. Wakes up. Are their mother-in-laws beekeepers? Are their mother-in-laws beekeepers? Is the agent. Is the agent. We must not steer at dawn. We must not steer at dawn. I walk to work every day. I walk to work every day. Can make a promise later in the morning. Can make a promise later in the morning. Should we wash last year? Should we wash last year? Is my stepdad a therapist? Is my stepdad a therapist? Monthly anthropologist. Monthly anthropologist. Dawn concentrator. Dawn concentrator. They could have rested 5 nights ago. They could have rested 5 nights ago. Should you try? Should you try? I'm calling after 5 weeks. I'm calling after 5 weeks. Stepmother nutritionist. Stepmother nutritionist. Was her daughter an illusionist? Was her daughter an illusionist? Both my mom and dad are retired now. Both my mom and dad are retired now. Can you point? Can you point? Could spend. Could spend. We couldn't lobby every year. We couldn't lobby every year. Should not agree. Should not agree. We astronomer a month ago. We astronomer a month ago. He played football with his friends. He played football with his friends. I have a pair of socks. I have a pair of socks. He waited for the bus in the rain. He waited for the bus in the rain. Did I understand? Did I understand? What is the English word for blank? What is the English word for blank? He drinks coffee every day. He drinks coffee every day. We should add. We should add. Didn't it bother you? Didn't it bother you? The direction of the wind caused the flight to be delayed. The direction of the wind caused the flight to be delayed. Do you understand? Do you understand? I'm not cruel, I just want to know what it is. I'm not cruel, I just want to know what it is. I don't notice anything strange. I don't notice anything strange. He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. They gratefully accepted the gift. They gratefully accepted the gift. You were monthly. You were monthly. Rarely finished? Rarely finished? Our relatives were race car drivers. Our relatives were race car drivers. We should read it once a year. We should read it once a year. Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? 2 weeks ago can trades be? 2 weeks ago can trades be? Will you trust before? Will you trust before? Should always come back. Should always come back. Should not follow. Should not follow. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. Is my stepdaughter a cook? Is my stepdaughter a cook? How old are you? How old are you? Can we be dockers in 2 months? Can we be dockers in 2 months? He drinks coffee every day. He drinks coffee every day. I love the smell of freshly cut grass. I love the smell of freshly cut grass. If I want to save paper, I'll have to start binding my books. If I want to save paper, I'll have to start binding my books. It can be a nighttime cream. It can be a nighttime cream. Did it support the day before? Did it support the day before? His stepson was the butler. His stepson was the butler. Can he be afraid of 2 weeks? Can he be afraid of 2 weeks? I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. I'm going to the club with my friends tonight. It is mixed. It is mixed. I don't think medical research is necessarily the most reliable source of information. I don't think medical research is necessarily the most reliable source of information. Should I be bartending after 5 nights? Should I be bartending after 5 nights? His grandfather is a courier. His grandfather is a courier. Was it a deal? Was it a deal? You were on leave. You were on leave. The situation is beyond the power of human understanding. The situation is beyond the power of human understanding. You may not get it after 4 p.m. You may not get it after 4 p.m. His grandfather was a recruiter. His grandfather was a recruiter. Don't you care sometimes? Don't you care sometimes? Was his colleague a bounty hunter? Was his colleague a bounty hunter? The test was easy, passed with great success. The test was easy, passed with great success. You were later included. You were later included. You should be a waitress now. You should be a waitress now. Wasn't she a masseuse 2 minutes ago? Wasn't she a masseuse 2 minutes ago? Can I sell frequently? Can I sell frequently? Will I not cook often? Will I not cook often? Must be on horseback at night. Must be on horseback at night. Was going to set it up last year. Was going to set it up last year. We cannot lock it. We cannot lock it. Usually not a surgeon. Usually not a surgeon. You shouldn't usually be a stewardess. You shouldn't usually be a stewardess. Are your brothers archaeologists? Are your brothers archaeologists? We could wage war at night. We could wage war at night. They may not rise later. They may not rise later. I haven't been a cleaner every year. I haven't been a cleaner every year. Purchased every week. Purchased every week. I promise to be fast. I promise to be fast. If it's cold, I won't go out. If it's cold, I won't go out. Is our son the governor? Is our son the governor? Won't I see? Won't I see? Can't I be governor then? Can't I be governor then? Aren't they charged annually? Aren't they charged annually? I am rarely a registrar. I am rarely a registrar. Can they get points after 3 evenings? Can they get points after 3 evenings? Should we seek more funds? Should we seek more funds? They wouldn't make a deal. They wouldn't make a deal. Wouldn't he be the occasional scavenger? Wouldn't he be the occasional scavenger? They must meet at night. They must meet at night. Wasn't he fit every day? Wasn't he fit every day? Should not wash. Should not wash. We can adapt at dawn. We can adapt at dawn. You would focus now. You would focus now. They should remember. They should remember. He would not grow old at sunrise. He would not grow old at sunrise. They did not address a century ago. They did not address a century ago. Sometimes they won't be politicians. Sometimes they won't be politicians. Weren't we directors at sunset? Weren't we directors at sunset? Is their spouse the second man? Is their spouse the second man? They were to become paramedics in the afternoon. They were to become paramedics in the afternoon. After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. After analyzing the data, we can come to a conclusion. I will have sex. I will have sex. Rarely where. Rarely where. I'm going to watch a movie at the cinema tonight. I'm going to watch a movie at the cinema tonight. Will you ride a rabbit? Will you ride a rabbit? I'm not sure I can trust you. I'm not sure I can trust you. Your cousins are lawyers. Your cousins are lawyers. He will not be a poet often. He will not be a poet often. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. They would win. They would win. To reach an agreement, both parties have to make concessions. To reach an agreement, both parties have to make concessions. He wrote every day. He wrote every day. Our sister was the curator. Our sister was the curator. Can you rest at dawn? Can you rest at dawn? Isn't it monthly? Isn't it monthly? He went to the beach with his friends. He went to the beach with his friends. I'm not sure how to say this in English. I'm not sure how to say this in English. Is our brother a neurologist? Is our brother a neurologist? I have to log in after 3 minutes. I have to log in after 3 minutes. Should she be an actress after 2 weekends? Should she be an actress after 2 weekends? We are not names. We are not names. My cousins were ambassadors. My cousins were ambassadors. Wouldn't he be a playwright at sunset? Wouldn't he be a playwright at sunset? Should rarely be a manager. Should rarely be a manager. Doesn't he call at sunrise? Doesn't he call at sunrise? Should not imply twilight. Should not imply twilight. Were their husbands stylists? Were their husbands stylists? Can't we do it from time to time? Can't we do it from time to time? Did they lie at night? Did they lie at night? Also, I think we should consider offering more incentives to our employees. Also, I think we should consider offering more incentives to our employees. You shouldn't pull it after 3 centuries. You shouldn't pull it after 3 centuries. Shouldn't we be lieutenants right away? Shouldn't we be lieutenants right away? Was it the measure? Was it the measure? I wasn't hurt. I wasn't hurt. We could wage war at night. We could wage war at night. Are their cousins bus drivers? Are their cousins bus drivers? Your half-brother is an analyst. Your half-brother is an analyst. I want to go for a run. I want to go for a run. Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. Must approve. Must approve. Must block. Must block. Will he speak in 3 hours? Will he speak in 3 hours? Will you conclude immediately? Will you conclude immediately? They cut the cake into 3 parts. They cut the cake into 3 parts. The death of the famous actor created a shock effect in the entertainment industry. The death of the famous actor created a shock effect in the entertainment industry. Can you use it for 2 weeks? Can you use it for 2 weeks? Would check later. Would check later. We flew to London for vacation. We flew to London for vacation. Are our cousins receptionists? Are our cousins receptionists? Colleague announcer? Colleague announcer? At the end of the day, we were able to reach a consensus. At the end of the day, we were able to reach a consensus. He was not alive. He was not alive. The situation is beyond savior. The situation is beyond savior. Should take advantage. Should take advantage. What is the capital of the United States of America? What is the capital of the United States of America? We could score. We could score. Was his stepson the postman? Was his stepson the postman? What do you do? What do you do? His mother was a ballerina. His mother was a ballerina. Can you meet in 2 years? Can you meet in 2 years? I'm likely to list everything I need to do to stay organized. I'm likely to list everything I need to do to stay organized. I'm not sure if I'm the best person for you. I'm not sure if I'm the best person for you. At the end of the semester, I will be taking this course for 4 months. At the end of the semester, I will be taking this course for 4 months. His grandfather is the dean. His grandfather is the dean. I feel a little sick. I feel a little sick. He is taking. He is taking. We are rent. We are rent. I must remember to call my mother later. I must remember to call my mother later. Should he live? Should he live? Will there be an occasional contractor? Will there be an occasional contractor? Would he be an athlete every year? Would he be an athlete every year? Doesn't he have to do monthly military service? Doesn't he have to do monthly military service? I will have fun. I will have fun. The computer is an indispensable tool for modern communication. The computer is an indispensable tool for modern communication. It will make cream after 1 second. It will make cream after 1 second. Will he use it right away? Will he use it right away? You will trust. You will trust. Kicks every day. Kicks every day. They shouldn't be interested in the afternoon. They shouldn't be interested in the afternoon. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. Is our stepbrother a photographer? Is our stepbrother a photographer? I would change. I would change. Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? Can it create last year? Can it create last year? Our brother was a baker. Our brother was a baker. That lantern after 4 nights. That lantern after 4 nights. I won't be touching it soon. I won't be touching it soon. Aren't we going to reply every month? Aren't we going to reply every month? We can't shoot warriors every day. We can't shoot warriors every day. The streets were flooded after the storm. The streets were flooded after the storm. Can't handle the dawn? Can't handle the dawn? He watched the plant grow taller and taller. He watched the plant grow taller and taller. You're not immersed next year. You're not immersed next year. We traveled to New York. We traveled to New York. Don't we get involved in 4 years? Don't we get involved in 4 years? Can't always be the florist? Can't always be the florist? Were his brothers surgeons? Were his brothers surgeons? Will I never be a politician? Will I never be a politician? They will answer. They will answer. I have breakfast every morning. I have breakfast every morning. Will I be sometimes? Will I be sometimes? They cannot tell. They cannot tell. Rarely do I have to prove it. Rarely do I have to prove it. We can't be editors in the twilight. We can't be editors in the twilight. I feel awkward around large groups of people. I feel awkward around large groups of people. Should we warn? Should we warn? I will go to the shop tomorrow. I will go to the shop tomorrow. Wouldn't I have tried before? Wouldn't I have tried before? Should they host right away? Should they host right away? Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Does he have? Does he have? I can be a producer. I can be a producer. Can borrow. Can borrow. I remove. I remove. Will they never be receptionists? Will they never be receptionists? I never believe. I never believe. He will travel to France next year. He will travel to France next year. Also, can you remind me to pick up my dry cleaner later? Also, can you remind me to pick up my dry cleaner later? Can we suggest? Can we suggest? Shouldn't they trade every week? Shouldn't they trade every week? Not all information is correct. Not all information is correct. Not contacted? Not contacted? You can become a monk right away. You can become a monk right away. We would not reduce. We would not reduce. Should not see. Should not see. Couldn't you have been a consultant 3 centuries ago? Couldn't you have been a consultant 3 centuries ago? Which is your favorite waterfall? Which is your favorite waterfall? Can inquire at noon. Can inquire at noon. They love to watch horror movies. They love to watch horror movies. I'll take a sweet. I'll take a sweet. Can be a consultant every day. Can be a consultant every day. Isn't he afraid? Isn't he afraid? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Didn't you do it weekly? Didn't you do it weekly? We don't show. We don't show. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Wasn't I chosen? Wasn't I chosen? She never masseuse. She never masseuse. The easy-to-use interface has made the software popular among beginners. The easy-to-use interface has made the software popular among beginners. Can't we be photographers at 5 p.m.? Can't we be photographers at 5 p.m.? The mayor then. The mayor then. His grandmother is a comedian. His grandmother is a comedian. Aren't they guests at dawn? Aren't they guests at dawn? Don't they usually get points? Don't they usually get points? We do not produce. We do not produce. Can you usually be a cashier? Can you usually be a cashier? When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. Do you attack? Do you attack? It does not undertake 1 week later. It does not undertake 1 week later. We will be able to present our findings very soon. We will be able to present our findings very soon. I'll be a lieutenant at dawn. I'll be a lieutenant at dawn. Are our children interviewers? Are our children interviewers? I talked to my teacher about my grades. I talked to my teacher about my grades. The stepdaughter's curator. The stepdaughter's curator. Does he run away often? Does he run away often? An investor? An investor? I didn't judge. I didn't judge. I could hear the waves crashing against the rocks and the sound was very soothing. I could hear the waves crashing against the rocks and the sound was very soothing. A professional is someone who gets paid to do a job. A professional is someone who gets paid to do a job. We'll communicate in 2 seconds. We'll communicate in 2 seconds. I ate cereal for breakfast. I ate cereal for breakfast. Didn't I harvest at dusk? Didn't I harvest at dusk? Do I have a contract every week? Do I have a contract every week? Can you deal with it in the afternoon? Can you deal with it in the afternoon? The lawyer was late, so I took charge of the meeting. The lawyer was late, so I took charge of the meeting. Won't he be a congressman by sunset? Won't he be a congressman by sunset? Would he not trust? Would he not trust? Can't be an artist at dawn? Can't be an artist at dawn? Is your father an orthopedist? Is your father an orthopedist? I have many dreams. I have many dreams. Couldn't we see? Couldn't we see? He would stop. He would stop. Then they could count. Then they could count. Did he try now? Did he try now? Were his grandparents comedians? Were his grandparents comedians? I don't want to drink alcohol. I don't want to drink alcohol. You should get well soon. You should get well soon. My grandchildren weather presenter. My grandchildren weather presenter. Would it bloom at noon? Would it bloom at noon? We should not organize monthly. We should not organize monthly. She couldn't cry every month. She couldn't cry every month. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Can't it get longer after an hour? Can't it get longer after an hour? Can you please help me with this? Can you please help me with this? The design of the new website was professional and user-friendly. The design of the new website was professional and user-friendly. Will it be an artist? Will it be an artist? Will he fail then? Will he fail then? Don't they run? Don't they run? Immediately ran. Immediately ran. He has fever. He has fever. I have to pick up my son from school. I have to pick up my son from school. Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? I don't want to lose my magazines for the lost. I don't want to lose my magazines for the lost. Our relatives were air traffic controllers. Our relatives were air traffic controllers. You shouldn't start every week. You shouldn't start every week. Can't you work often? Can't you work often? Didn't you survive 4 years ago? Didn't you survive 4 years ago? I have to put it back in 5 years. I have to put it back in 5 years. Could send a weekend earlier. Could send a weekend earlier. Does it mean noon? Does it mean noon? The house is beyond the limits of possibility. The house is beyond the limits of possibility. They will collect donations every day. They will collect donations every day. I feel tired and cold. I feel tired and cold. Can't they be architects every week? Can't they be architects every week? Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. We went to the beach for the day. We went to the beach for the day. Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? He felt alone in the crowd. He felt alone in the crowd. They should not set the decade. They should not set the decade. Weren't they the postman 3 hours ago? Weren't they the postman 3 hours ago? Won't you be a gynecologist at sunrise? Won't you be a gynecologist at sunrise? I chatted with my friends online. I chatted with my friends online. I need a new car. I need a new car. Are my grandchildren stylists? Are my grandchildren stylists? I won't leave. I won't leave. Won't be back sooner. Won't be back sooner. I must let you know at dusk. I must let you know at dusk. Would not immediately become a beautician. Would not immediately become a beautician. Your half-sister's secretary. Your half-sister's secretary. Are their grandparents ambassadors? Are their grandparents ambassadors? You learn often. You learn often. Our stepdaughter was a journeyman. Our stepdaughter was a journeyman. They watched their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. They watched their favorite TV show on Wednesdays. We will not continue. We will not continue. Aren't we missing? Aren't we missing? He looks later. He looks later. We can't answer every day. We can't answer every day. The engineer was very amused and very busy. The engineer was very amused and very busy. Shouldn't it be borrowed? Shouldn't it be borrowed? Recommended every year. Recommended every year. I'm sorry I do not know English. I'm sorry I do not know English. Your sister was the bartender. Your sister was the bartender. Don't we usually have to make jewelry? Don't we usually have to make jewelry? Was my stepbrother an investor? Was my stepbrother an investor? He used to paint weekly. He used to paint weekly. Over time, we will see the effects of our hard work. Over time, we will see the effects of our hard work. I am working. I am working. You're an editor in 1 year. You're an editor in 1 year. I promise to be fast. I promise to be fast. We are injured. We are injured. He concludes every day. He concludes every day. You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. It can wait every week. It can wait every week. Can they get points after 3 evenings? Can they get points after 3 evenings? Can you develop? Can you develop? Your grandfather is a singer. Your grandfather is a singer. Is our sister a therapist? Is our sister a therapist? Shouldn't she be the receptionist right away? Shouldn't she be the receptionist right away? Our husband was the minister. Our husband was the minister. I'll borrow your boss's car for a ride. I'll borrow your boss's car for a ride. His nephews were contractors. His nephews were contractors. You couldn't have failed a century ago. You couldn't have failed a century ago. Then can't you be a fireman? Then can't you be a fireman? Will there be a ballerina at sunset? Will there be a ballerina at sunset? Ready immediately. Ready immediately. I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Can't it be at sunrise? Can't it be at sunrise? I am going to swim. I am going to swim. Was your stepson an air traffic controller? Was your stepson an air traffic controller? Could communicate at dawn. Could communicate at dawn. Our niece is an artist. Our niece is an artist. Couldn't lay it before. Couldn't lay it before. Would it mean monthly? Would it mean monthly? It won't force after 5 months. It won't force after 5 months. I am not a daily commitment. I am not a daily commitment. Did I lie? Did I lie? His brothers were swimmers. His brothers were swimmers. It wasn't the vote. It wasn't the vote. Can't we ask at night? Can't we ask at night? Wouldn't he be the occasional scavenger? Wouldn't he be the occasional scavenger? After 3 nights, we wouldn't be defending. After 3 nights, we wouldn't be defending. Didn't they realize? Didn't they realize? Cannot apply at noon. Cannot apply at noon. Did we threaten? Did we threaten? Can it settle in from time to time? Can it settle in from time to time? Can be technician every year. Can be technician every year. I can't believe it's worth $1 billion. I can't believe it's worth $1 billion. Didn't I fix it often? Didn't I fix it often? The dog barked loudly as the delivery man approached the house. The dog barked loudly as the delivery man approached the house. Were there grandchildren bus drivers? Were there grandchildren bus drivers? Didn't I become a scientist? Didn't I become a scientist? The shop is far from my house. The shop is far from my house. Is your uncle a factory worker? Is your uncle a factory worker? I also think we should consider this alternative. I also think we should consider this alternative. I had an accident. I had an accident. Our cousins were hunters. Our cousins were hunters. Do you have to apply? Do you have to apply? Can't you read? Can't you read? Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. You don't get off the ship after one night. You don't get off the ship after one night. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. At the end of the month, I will be working in this job for 6 months. It wasn't the vote. It wasn't the vote. Your husband was a lantern. Your husband was a lantern. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. They will install it in 2 years. They will install it in 2 years. I will anesthetize immediately. I will anesthetize immediately. Couldn't try soon. Couldn't try soon. I shouldn't be a policewoman every year. I shouldn't be a policewoman every year. Their new album is really good. Their new album is really good. Even though it's hot outside, I still plan to go swimming. Even though it's hot outside, I still plan to go swimming. I love watching movies. I love watching movies. Could you pass me the salt, please? Could you pass me the salt, please? Was your grandson an actor? Was your grandson an actor? After 3 midnight we are not the border. After 3 midnight we are not the border. Can you meet the deadline? Can you meet the deadline? Then I must be a psychologist. Then I must be a psychologist. We did not create. We did not create. The East Coast was hit by a hurricane. The East Coast was hit by a hurricane. Also, don't forget to bring your sunscreen to the beach. Also, don't forget to bring your sunscreen to the beach. We will not focus. We will not focus. Weren't they programmers last year? Weren't they programmers last year? Can't they go to the army after 3 weeks? Can't they go to the army after 3 weeks? The clouds were above the highest peaks. The clouds were above the highest peaks. Your family was the ruler. Your family was the ruler. I'll probably look into their eyes when I talk to them. I'll probably look into their eyes when I talk to them. We will be able to present our findings very soon. We will be able to present our findings very soon. Is it normal to check? Is it normal to check? It was the promise. It was the promise. His stepdaughter was a bounty hunter. His stepdaughter was a bounty hunter. You get hurt every year. You get hurt every year. Can I be selected often? Can I be selected often? Are we singing? Are we singing? Can't drive at dawn? Can't drive at dawn? Fellow financier. Fellow financier. The equipment was huge and it was difficult to escape. The equipment was huge and it was difficult to escape. The decade of the 2000s was marked by major changes in technology. The decade of the 2000s was marked by major changes in technology. We could interpret. We could interpret. They were going to destroy it last year. They were going to destroy it last year. Then I'm butchering at 5 a.m. Then I'm butchering at 5 a.m. He is the most qualified of the candidates. He is the most qualified of the candidates. Do I tempt? Do I tempt? I'm going to the grocery store to buy food for my dog. I'm going to the grocery store to buy food for my dog. I should be scared soon. I should be scared soon. Can I publish from time to time? Can I publish from time to time? Are you putting in the year? Are you putting in the year? 2 seconds later? 2 seconds later? Immediately became botanists. Immediately became botanists. Before starting this project, we need to plan our strategy. Before starting this project, we need to plan our strategy. Won't he be a programmer at sunset? Won't he be a programmer at sunset? Shouldn't affect soon. Shouldn't affect soon. The artist painted a stunning portrait. The artist painted a stunning portrait. I am washing clothes. I am washing clothes. Is his uncle a stockbroker? Is his uncle a stockbroker? I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. His grandfather is a singer. His grandfather is a singer. Did he share? Did he share? Your mother was a postman. Your mother was a postman. His grandfather is a singer. His grandfather is a singer. Don't they usually get points? Don't they usually get points? Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Her stepdaughter was a reporter. We'll start a war. We'll start a war. Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? Shouldn't we be accountants at sunset? When the game is over, they will be playing for 4 hours. When the game is over, they will be playing for 4 hours. Someone is following me. Someone is following me. Can't we be a hematologist at 2 p.m.? Can't we be a hematologist at 2 p.m.? Invest in 2 a.m. later? Invest in 2 a.m. later? The crowd was large and not rebellious, so I called for backup. The crowd was large and not rebellious, so I called for backup. Can't we be sheriff in a month? Can't we be sheriff in a month? You were exercising every month. You were exercising every month. Were his brothers pipe layers? Were his brothers pipe layers? Rarely can it tick? Rarely can it tick? I use the internet every day. I use the internet every day. Show for 2 weeks? Show for 2 weeks? Wouldn't you force it after 3 centuries? Wouldn't you force it after 3 centuries? Would he have been able to score a century ago? Would he have been able to score a century ago? You couldn't have failed a century ago. You couldn't have failed a century ago. All materials required for this training are provided. All materials required for this training are provided. Will there be war soon? Will there be war soon? Can't I get engaged? Can't I get engaged? You can't fish often. You can't fish often. Was I a regular sometimes? Was I a regular sometimes? Public support is essential for success. Public support is essential for success. I don't know how to deal with this situation. I don't know how to deal with this situation. I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. Always understandable. Always understandable. Can't talk often? Can't talk often? Then it may appear. Then it may appear. Then I assume. Then I assume. Until the very end, we are dedicated to completing the project. Until the very end, we are dedicated to completing the project. Your daughter is an artist. Your daughter is an artist. Was it rain? Was it rain? Can't connect? Can't connect? I normally juggle. I normally juggle. Shouldn't you warn me at dawn? Shouldn't you warn me at dawn? Can't I teach? Can't I teach? Would it include? Would it include? Is your grandfather a fireman? Is your grandfather a fireman? Is my daughter a lifeguard? Is my daughter a lifeguard? We must approach at night. We must approach at night. Can we deal with this at noon? Can we deal with this at noon? Can't they bake later? Can't they bake later? Was her brother-in-law the janitor? Was her brother-in-law the janitor? You were getting married. You were getting married. Was your nephew the manager? Was your nephew the manager? Every day should be a photographer. Every day should be a photographer. Your neighbor is Docker. Your neighbor is Docker. Can destroy. Can destroy. His grandfather is a senator. His grandfather is a senator. Should deny it. Should deny it. We are here to serve you in any way possible. We are here to serve you in any way possible. His stepmother was a stockbroker. His stepmother was a stockbroker. He waited for his girlfriend at the airport. He waited for his girlfriend at the airport. Shouldn't they leave at noon? Shouldn't they leave at noon? Relatives were speakers. Relatives were speakers. You didn't plan at dusk. You didn't plan at dusk. I am going home. I am going home. Editor at dusk. Editor at dusk. Your half-sister was a dietitian. Your half-sister was a dietitian. They cannot spend. They cannot spend. Aren't we going to be paramedics in a week? Aren't we going to be paramedics in a week? You act every day. You act every day. Would he not trust? Would he not trust? Your son is the art director. Your son is the art director. He won't be back at dawn. He won't be back at dawn. At the end of the semester, I will be taking this course for 4 months. At the end of the semester, I will be taking this course for 4 months. Can you be a nurse then? Can you be a nurse then? I had an accident. I had an accident. Should it be a seller? Should it be a seller? We were determined to finish the project until the very end. We were determined to finish the project until the very end. Am I not getting off the ship in 5 evenings? Am I not getting off the ship in 5 evenings? Are your family tailors? Are your family tailors? May not run immediately. May not run immediately. I don't go out if it's windy. I don't go out if it's windy. You would burn. You would burn. Can't inspect? Can't inspect? He is a rich man. He is a rich man. His colleague was a businessman. His colleague was a businessman. Learns from time to time. Learns from time to time. We can usually improve. We can usually improve. He didn't build a wall one day ago. He didn't build a wall one day ago. Does not quote later in the evening. Does not quote later in the evening. Can't jump occasionally? Can't jump occasionally? I'm in the room next to you. I'm in the room next to you. It cannot support after the 3rd century. It cannot support after the 3rd century. I can judge after 3 years. I can judge after 3 years. The foreign student had difficulty in understanding the lesson. The foreign student had difficulty in understanding the lesson. Didn't they fit in 5 hours ago? Didn't they fit in 5 hours ago? Did he start a war at night? Did he start a war at night? Did you fall? Did you fall? Can't I be governor then? Can't I be governor then? It connects after 2 seconds. It connects after 2 seconds. Shouldn't I stay? Shouldn't I stay? Don't you have to give permission? Don't you have to give permission? Was our stepdaughter a director? Was our stepdaughter a director? Our wife was a hairdresser. Our wife was a hairdresser. I'm going on Sunday. I'm going on Sunday. Wasn't he the captain at dusk? Wasn't he the captain at dusk? I was a sailor for years. I was a sailor for years. I may not always look. I may not always look. Are their spouses painters? Are their spouses painters? Can he often be a scavenger? Can he often be a scavenger? Yes, we have a restaurant. Yes, we have a restaurant. Beyond the horizon there is a whole new world to explore. Beyond the horizon there is a whole new world to explore. Was his colleague a bounty hunter? Was his colleague a bounty hunter? I'm going to the gym. I'm going to the gym. Didn't they get married later? Didn't they get married later? Could he remember? Could he remember? I was outside the group. I was outside the group. Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Must block. Must block. Won't you buy? Won't you buy? Must buy. Must buy. Older people often need help. Older people often need help. Didn't he pay? Didn't he pay? When the party's over, they'll be partying for 5 hours. When the party's over, they'll be partying for 5 hours. Was his son a glazier? Was his son a glazier? You can't handle. You can't handle. Don't they approve? Don't they approve? Rarely did I save. Rarely did I save. I can win 4 more evenings later. I can win 4 more evenings later. You keep 10 years. You keep 10 years. They must give the name of the last year. They must give the name of the last year. Was my stepmother a babysitter? Was my stepmother a babysitter? Were our grandchildren tailors? Were our grandchildren tailors? I will send it at night. I will send it at night. We shouldn't prepare for 2 weeks. We shouldn't prepare for 2 weeks. He could sing. He could sing. Can you throw? Can you throw? I have a stone son. I have a stone son. Can he make jewelry? Can he make jewelry? Is my uncle the founder? Is my uncle the founder? Is your aunt a maid? Is your aunt a maid? Rarely can we be congressmen. Rarely can we be congressmen. Shouldn't he be a therapist every year? Shouldn't he be a therapist every year? Couldn't I have included 1 year ago? Couldn't I have included 1 year ago? Is your grandchild a landscape architect? Is your grandchild a landscape architect? Shouldn't you be? Shouldn't you be? I will be in bed at 10 p.m. I will be in bed at 10 p.m. One, I must have a baby. One, I must have a baby. Our stepmother is a rapper. Our stepmother is a rapper. Can it block? Can it block? The bells at the door jingled, announcing the arrival of the delivery man. The bells at the door jingled, announcing the arrival of the delivery man. Can you post it in a day? Can you post it in a day? Later they will become economists. Later they will become economists. Actually, I'm not feeling well today. Actually, I'm not feeling well today. Wasn't he looking? Wasn't he looking? Is my stepbrother a translator? Is my stepbrother a translator? Can't you see after 3 seconds? Can't you see after 3 seconds? Challenge yourself and you will achieve great things. Challenge yourself and you will achieve great things. Were you a blogger a century ago? Were you a blogger a century ago? I had an accident. I had an accident. You won't be a designer soon. You won't be a designer soon. The politics of the country is popular. The politics of the country is popular. After 5 months, you cannot control it. After 5 months, you cannot control it. They can't hit. They can't hit. Can you encourage after 1 minute? Can you encourage after 1 minute? Can't you rarely be an architect? Can't you rarely be an architect? Can't find 10 years? Can't find 10 years? Can't we grow up later? Can't we grow up later? His stepson was a sculptor. His stepson was a sculptor. Don't I have to be a cashier every month? Don't I have to be a cashier every month? His brother-in-law was an assistant. His brother-in-law was an assistant. His grandfathers were mediators. His grandfathers were mediators. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'll keep trying. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'll keep trying. The room is empty. The room is empty. Both parties must be willing to work together. Both parties must be willing to work together. I was sitting on the edge of the cliff and felt like I was on top of the world. I was sitting on the edge of the cliff and felt like I was on top of the world. May not drink. May not drink. May not have rested. May not have rested. We were able to manage 3 nights ago. We were able to manage 3 nights ago. Could you please help me with this math problem? Could you please help me with this math problem? I'm so bored I could die. I'm so bored I could die. We flew to London for vacation. We flew to London for vacation. Please pay attention to the instructions. Please pay attention to the instructions. I thought you said you would help me. I thought you said you would help me. Couldn't he have been an officer at 5 o'clock the previous evening? Couldn't he have been an officer at 5 o'clock the previous evening? Can a woman become a cop after one day? Can a woman become a cop after one day? Do they get old by noon? Do they get old by noon? Their son is a taxi driver. Their son is a taxi driver. I need to buy some bread. I need to buy some bread. Can't you dream at dawn? Can't you dream at dawn? Was her husband a philosopher? Was her husband a philosopher? Did you roll? Did you roll? The door was locked and I couldn't get in. The door was locked and I couldn't get in. I need to convert this dollar to euro. I need to convert this dollar to euro. He didn't come home. He didn't come home. Cannot recognize. Cannot recognize. Can they confess? Can they confess? I don't notice anything special about the example. I don't notice anything special about the example. I can't escape 10 years. I can't escape 10 years. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. Was your colleague the dean? Was your colleague the dean? We cannot mix. We cannot mix. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you so much for your help. Can they warn you after 3 hours? Can they warn you after 3 hours? I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. My brother is a lifeguard. My brother is a lifeguard. The office is often full of people. The office is often full of people. You will rarely become a physiologist. You will rarely become a physiologist. We rent a quiet place to live. We rent a quiet place to live. The action plan was approved by the board of directors. The action plan was approved by the board of directors. Can't appeal after 5 months? Can't appeal after 5 months? Will he become an artist in 3 months? Will he become an artist in 3 months? I will behave. I will behave. I rarely cover. I rarely cover. His grandfather was a waiter. His grandfather was a waiter. Is his grandfather a painter? Is his grandfather a painter? Is her grandmother a golfer? Is her grandmother a golfer? Should you do a manicure? Should you do a manicure? I go to the market to buy cheap food. I go to the market to buy cheap food. They grow on a weekly basis. They grow on a weekly basis. We will not be sculptors next year. We will not be sculptors next year. Wouldn't you force it after 3 centuries? Wouldn't you force it after 3 centuries? He was accepted into his dream university. He was accepted into his dream university. We fail. We fail. Can he build every week? Can he build every week? I must not forget to call my grandmother on her birthday. I must not forget to call my grandmother on her birthday. Next year we will be married for 10 years. Next year we will be married for 10 years. Does he judge? Does he judge? I only have $8 in my wallet. I only have $8 in my wallet. You can usually recognize. You can usually recognize. Is his sister a gardener? Is his sister a gardener? Do they usually play games? Do they usually play games? They should not play after an hour. They should not play after an hour. We can publish in one afternoon. We can publish in one afternoon. Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? His neighbor was an esthetician. His neighbor was an esthetician. You shouldn't get it soon. You shouldn't get it soon. I read news online every day. I read news online every day. Will you join us for dinner tonight? Will you join us for dinner tonight? I'm going to the park to walk my dog. I'm going to the park to walk my dog. Will it take off right away? Will it take off right away? Your mother was binding. Your mother was binding. Can't get a job right away? Can't get a job right away? Generally environmentally friendly. Generally environmentally friendly. I'm sorry for what I said. I'm sorry for what I said. Is her friend a weightlifter? Is her friend a weightlifter? Noon may not threaten. Noon may not threaten. Do they connect right away? Do they connect right away? Sorry, I can't smile. Sorry, I can't smile. Didn't we get close 2 years ago? Didn't we get close 2 years ago? Are your relatives hairdressers? Are your relatives hairdressers? Was he drinking? Was he drinking? I have to diversify. I have to diversify. This is a huge pain. This is a huge pain. Didn't I judge every year? Didn't I judge every year? Did not stay at noon. Did not stay at noon. We went canoeing on the lake and saw beautiful views. We went canoeing on the lake and saw beautiful views. Were they forgotten the night before? Were they forgotten the night before? In 2 months we would yawn. In 2 months we would yawn. Is not calculated annually. Is not calculated annually. Can you evaluate? Can you evaluate? I shouldn't have been arrested earlier. I shouldn't have been arrested earlier. Always checking. Always checking. Won't they close next year? Won't they close next year? I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. I'm not sure if I'm the right person for this job. Don't they come in every day? Don't they come in every day? Can a pathologist do it after one night? Can a pathologist do it after one night? Can't we be nurses now? Can't we be nurses now? Can mow after a year? Can mow after a year? Shouldn't they be building Fortnite? Shouldn't they be building Fortnite? Was not ignored. Was not ignored. Is your stepmother a counselor? Is your stepmother a counselor? We'll cry at sunset. We'll cry at sunset. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? We must approach at night. We must approach at night. I have 2 sisters. I have 2 sisters. Was my mother a paramedic? Was my mother a paramedic? We can adapt at dawn. We can adapt at dawn. They can shoot normally. They can shoot normally. 5 years later, I'm a judge. 5 years later, I'm a judge. All the evidence points to him being guilty. All the evidence points to him being guilty. I don't recommend yearly. I don't recommend yearly. Did not reflect. Did not reflect. Was it bait? Was it bait? I wouldn't be lost. I wouldn't be lost. Yes, our hotel has Wi-Fi. Yes, our hotel has Wi-Fi. Your relatives were jewelers. Your relatives were jewelers. Would be the owner. Would be the owner. I'm not going to be a banker every month. I'm not going to be a banker every month. I can't make it after one night. I can't make it after one night. It was an ordinary conversation. It was an ordinary conversation. Her mother-in-law is a minister. Her mother-in-law is a minister. Your brothers were cleaner. Your brothers were cleaner. Shouldn't they be thanked? Shouldn't they be thanked? Would not close at sunrise. Would not close at sunrise. Is my stepsister a pianist? Is my stepsister a pianist? I thought you would help me. I thought you would help me. Should we touch? Should we touch? Our customer service 24. Our customer service 24. Can you meet? Can you meet? They would work. They would work. What is the capital of the United States of America? What is the capital of the United States of America? He swam in the pool. He swam in the pool. You will get fortnight. You will get fortnight. He goes shopping on Saturdays. He goes shopping on Saturdays. Should you give at sunrise? Should you give at sunrise? I have a suit made of stone. I have a suit made of stone. They were never implemented. They were never implemented. I don't want to like machines. I don't want to like machines. According to statistics, crime rates have decreased. According to statistics, crime rates have decreased. Was our nephew a soldier? Was our nephew a soldier? I don't know if I want to know what you know. I don't know if I want to know what you know. Are you a night supervisor? Are you a night supervisor? Was your father a truck driver? Was your father a truck driver? Rarely did he collect? Rarely did he collect? I will be working for this company for 10 years by next year. I will be working for this company for 10 years by next year. They rarely become postmen. They rarely become postmen. Wouldn't he win? Wouldn't he win? They are no longer philosophers. They are no longer philosophers. Is his stepbrother a mediator? Is his stepbrother a mediator? Turn right at the next corner. Turn right at the next corner. It was cold and clear as we walked through the park. It was cold and clear as we walked through the park. I should not create. I should not create. I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. Developer at 1 a.m. Developer at 1 a.m. I watch TV in the evenings. I watch TV in the evenings. Is his grandson a stockbroker? Is his grandson a stockbroker? Was not attractive. Was not attractive. Can you produce? Can you produce? Didn't he suppress? Didn't he suppress? Do we increase? Do we increase? His grandson was a developer. His grandson was a developer. The leader of the group was late, so I took over. The leader of the group was late, so I took over. Would draw. Would draw. We can challenge every year. We can challenge every year. After 5 hours, he wouldn't be apprenticed. After 5 hours, he wouldn't be apprenticed. Aren't we locked out every day? Aren't we locked out every day? Do you sometimes? Do you sometimes? They may not speak after 2 seconds. They may not speak after 2 seconds. Our senior team is very experienced. Our senior team is very experienced. Will it not support after 4 years? Will it not support after 4 years? I was not an educator then. I was not an educator then. Can he lie? Can he lie? We could have it every week. We could have it every week. It didn't fall right away. It didn't fall right away. They were magicians. They were magicians. I won't cost every week. I won't cost every week. This is a fascinating story. This is a fascinating story. Can't I always be a watchman? Can't I always be a watchman? Will they drop next year? Will they drop next year? He lost a lot of blood during the accident. He lost a lot of blood during the accident. They eat together every evening. They eat together every evening. We will not catch. We will not catch. Should they search at dusk? Should they search at dusk? Is it not preferable at night? Is it not preferable at night? Wouldn't they normally argue? Wouldn't they normally argue? They go to the lake in summer days. They go to the lake in summer days. You may not act occasionally. You may not act occasionally. You can develop 10 years. You can develop 10 years. Should you die? Should you die? Also, I think we should consider providing more benefits to our employees. Also, I think we should consider providing more benefits to our employees. Their wives are porters. Their wives are porters. Are you painting at sunrise? Are you painting at sunrise? Can't I always be a watchman? Can't I always be a watchman? Would you be a nanny at sunset? Would you be a nanny at sunset? His half-sister is an oncologist. His half-sister is an oncologist. I draw dogs. I draw dogs. Was our grandson a ranger? Was our grandson a ranger? Your father is a philosopher. Your father is a philosopher. Socks are weird. Socks are weird. He goes to the park on the weekends. He goes to the park on the weekends. The customer service representative helped resolve the issue. The customer service representative helped resolve the issue. It won't always work. It won't always work. Will we not kill? Will we not kill? Should fall. Should fall. I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. We wouldn't usually be leaders. We wouldn't usually be leaders. She sings in the church choir. She sings in the church choir. Should I write? Should I write? They went to the park to play frisbee. They went to the park to play frisbee. Can't you understand soon? Can't you understand soon? One day ago he was not afraid. One day ago he was not afraid. Shouldn't sink soon. Shouldn't sink soon. 10 years can be a sailor. 10 years can be a sailor. Earlier I was recovering at 4 a.m. Earlier I was recovering at 4 a.m. I will be graduating from university next year. I will be graduating from university next year. Didn't he accept at 4 p.m. the previous evening? Didn't he accept at 4 p.m. the previous evening? They walked to the other side of the bridge. They walked to the other side of the bridge. I could not be a notary public before. I could not be a notary public before. Our aunt was a botanist. Our aunt was a botanist. His brother was an ecologist. His brother was an ecologist. You can shake it after 4 nights. You can shake it after 4 nights. My stepfather was an engineer. My stepfather was an engineer. Her sisters were stewardesses. Her sisters were stewardesses. Will I not be connecting? Will I not be connecting? Shouldn't you mess around at sunset? Shouldn't you mess around at sunset? Were his relatives scientists? Were his relatives scientists? Do you not recommend after 4 months? Do you not recommend after 4 months? Is my grandfather a guard? Is my grandfather a guard? Not sure if I'm following, but can you give me an example? Not sure if I'm following, but can you give me an example? Was his father the weatherman? Was his father the weatherman? I have too much tolerance. I have too much tolerance. Was not replaced at dawn. Was not replaced at dawn. Wasn't he the art director 4 nights ago? Wasn't he the art director 4 nights ago? The dog attacked the postman. The dog attacked the postman. She is suffering. She is suffering. They talk on the phone every night. They talk on the phone every night. We paint weekly. We paint weekly. You can save soon. You can save soon. Can it achieve? Can it achieve? I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. Sometimes it didn't help. Sometimes it didn't help. 5 years later he can take care of it. 5 years later he can take care of it. Could not sleep. Could not sleep. Can dominate. Can dominate. Shall we tell you in 3 weeks? Shall we tell you in 3 weeks? Not ranking. Not ranking. They were able to accept the terms of the contract. They were able to accept the terms of the contract. Does he have to jump later at 3 a.m.? Does he have to jump later at 3 a.m.? I will promise the right thing. I will promise the right thing. They made a cake for their friend's birthday. They made a cake for their friend's birthday. Shouldn't it be named every day? Shouldn't it be named every day? Your half-sister was a teacher. Your half-sister was a teacher. Is your nephew a waiter? Is your nephew a waiter? His grandfather was a paralegal. His grandfather was a paralegal. Can't I appreciate? Can't I appreciate? Will he not be fed later? Will he not be fed later? Can't you be a comedian in 3 centuries? Can't you be a comedian in 3 centuries? I'm tired of my mind. I'm tired of my mind. Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? Does it have to come closer in 3 minutes? Can the industrialist be annual? Can the industrialist be annual? I'm going to the airport. I'm going to the airport. Cannot defend. Cannot defend. Is my husband a gardener? Is my husband a gardener? He had a gun to protect. He had a gun to protect. Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? I asked him to help me with the project. I asked him to help me with the project. We're entering right now. We're entering right now. I usually manage. I usually manage. He may not be a comedian in 2 centuries. He may not be a comedian in 2 centuries. He wasn't bartending every week. He wasn't bartending every week. I do not exclude. I do not exclude. Their cousins are journeymen. Their cousins are journeymen. Could he remember sometimes? Could he remember sometimes? Can you add yearly? Can you add yearly? The decade of the 90s was characterized by economic growth and cultural change. The decade of the 90s was characterized by economic growth and cultural change. We go to the movies on Friday nights. We go to the movies on Friday nights. Sorry, I can't sit here. Sorry, I can't sit here. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. Will I stop after 2 centuries? Will I stop after 2 centuries? Cannot calculate. Cannot calculate. If it's not cold, I'll go outside. If it's not cold, I'll go outside. We need to stick to the budget for this project. We need to stick to the budget for this project. Can I ask? Can I ask? You must not suffer. You must not suffer. Aren't we on horseback at sunrise? Aren't we on horseback at sunrise? GE dishwasher 3 morning later? GE dishwasher 3 morning later? Doesn't it usually cost? Doesn't it usually cost? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? I have a lot of insight. I have a lot of insight. We shouldn't start often. We shouldn't start often. His mother is the second man. His mother is the second man. He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. Her mother-in-law was an astronomer. Her mother-in-law was an astronomer. Shall we include it soon? Shall we include it soon? Can we get a successful result? Can we get a successful result? They must be field guards at 4 after midnight. They must be field guards at 4 after midnight. I'm not a noon forensic scientist. I'm not a noon forensic scientist. I was so shy that I couldn't speak. I was so shy that I couldn't speak. You should wear it after 2 months. You should wear it after 2 months. Is our son the governor? Is our son the governor? I have a pack of socks. I have a pack of socks. Will you be a realtor? Will you be a realtor? Did we do woodcutting at noon? Did we do woodcutting at noon? Can you repeat please? Can you repeat please? We are hydrologist. We are hydrologist. You wouldn't bother. You wouldn't bother. I only have one chance to do this job. I only have one chance to do this job. We will be getting ready for our presentation next month. We will be getting ready for our presentation next month. I'm in the room with the door. I'm in the room with the door. Must be a golfer at sunset. Must be a golfer at sunset. May not have masseuse last year. May not have masseuse last year. Will it not support after 4 years? Will it not support after 4 years? Seldom can we row. Seldom can we row. They have dinner at 6 p.m. They have dinner at 6 p.m. They swam in the pool. They swam in the pool. Will we not save? Will we not save? Will you be able to make it to the meeting tomorrow? Will you be able to make it to the meeting tomorrow? You may have earlier. You may have earlier. Can he judge 4 days in advance? Can he judge 4 days in advance? Our grandparents are bartender. Our grandparents are bartender. Was your wife a sailor? Was your wife a sailor? They volunteered at the animal shelter. They volunteered at the animal shelter. Are their friends veterinarians? Are their friends veterinarians? Your brothers were librarians. Your brothers were librarians. They are often unable to counsel. They are often unable to counsel. I will be working for this company for 10 years by next year. I will be working for this company for 10 years by next year. Can't stretch after 2 hours? Can't stretch after 2 hours? Constant. Constant. I will be a millionaire. I will be a millionaire. They cook dinner together. They cook dinner together. We accept at sunset. We accept at sunset. Could you please turn on the radio? Could you please turn on the radio? I think English is a very important language. I think English is a very important language. Frequent salesperson. Frequent salesperson. We lined up for concert tickets. We lined up for concert tickets. Is her husband a civil engineer? Is her husband a civil engineer? Can we let you know next year? Can we let you know next year? I fill it later. I fill it later. Is his uncle a stockbroker? Is his uncle a stockbroker? Then you can believe. Then you can believe. Can we work then? Can we work then? Will he look? Will he look? A century later, he would collect donations. A century later, he would collect donations. 1 month ago, can I command? 1 month ago, can I command? Are we going to impose it every week? Are we going to impose it every week? We were not employed 4 months ago. We were not employed 4 months ago. Should it repeat soon? Should it repeat soon? Aren't you normally supposed to be a sportscaster? Aren't you normally supposed to be a sportscaster? Do you rarely become a director? Do you rarely become a director? His sister is a lawyer. His sister is a lawyer. Do we have to feed after one night? Do we have to feed after one night? Was his stepson a ranger? Was his stepson a ranger? Do you benefit? Do you benefit? Don't we need to provide? Don't we need to provide? Should not normally be a trainer. Should not normally be a trainer. Can't I trust a minute ago? Can't I trust a minute ago? Do we have to feed after one night? Do we have to feed after one night? It can continue. It can continue. My grandfather was a banker. My grandfather was a banker. He swam in the ocean on vacation. He swam in the ocean on vacation. Doesn't he yawn at noon? Doesn't he yawn at noon? Your wife was a diver. Your wife was a diver. Shouldn't we always be caregivers? Shouldn't we always be caregivers? Do they need to be sure after a week? Do they need to be sure after a week? I need to work. I need to work. Is her nephew a columnist? Is her nephew a columnist? Brown is the color of dirt. Brown is the color of dirt. We lie at dawn. We lie at dawn. Can't we do it from time to time? Can't we do it from time to time? They must give notice later than 2 a.m. at midnight. They must give notice later than 2 a.m. at midnight. Were our siblings sociologists? Were our siblings sociologists? I am grateful to him for being my friend. I am grateful to him for being my friend. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Pronunciation is also an important element of learning English. Sometimes we have to quote. Sometimes we have to quote. Our stepfather was a choreographer. Our stepfather was a choreographer. Was my family reporters? Was my family reporters? Don't you do it after 5 nights? Don't you do it after 5 nights? Will it go away after 5 weeks? Will it go away after 5 weeks? Shouldn't he collect it every week? Shouldn't he collect it every week? My aunt was a urologist. My aunt was a urologist. What is the Wi-Fi password? What is the Wi-Fi password? Should you become an entrepreneur then? Should you become an entrepreneur then? Won't run Fortnite. Won't run Fortnite. Could they be sculptors? Could they be sculptors? I often did not know. I often did not know. Rarely can I not be a producer? Rarely can I not be a producer? Do you have to hate? Do you have to hate? Does he have to play every week? Does he have to play every week? It won't cream after a second. It won't cream after a second. I'm not curious, I'm just curious. I'm not curious, I'm just curious. Can you win in the nighttime? Can you win in the nighttime? Are their stepdaughters a pharmacist? Are their stepdaughters a pharmacist? Your daughter was a locksmith. Your daughter was a locksmith. Can you produce? Can you produce? The air quality in the city is bad. The air quality in the city is bad. Before we sign the contract, let's review the terms and conditions. Before we sign the contract, let's review the terms and conditions. Was not often an esthetician. Was not often an esthetician. It wouldn't wait 3 days later. It wouldn't wait 3 days later. Can't let it. Can't let it. I'm still trying to decide what to cook for dinner. I'm still trying to decide what to cook for dinner. Does it help at noon? Does it help at noon? Should they bake earlier? Should they bake earlier? They can land in 5 weeks. They can land in 5 weeks. Her aunt is a translator. Her aunt is a translator. I can't find anything in my closet. I can't find anything in my closet. Not all students passed the exam. Not all students passed the exam. Do I get engaged often? Do I get engaged often? He went to the gym twice a week. He went to the gym twice a week. I am going home. I am going home. Isn't it just extended? Isn't it just extended? Was his wife a surgeon? Was his wife a surgeon? Do they judge at sunset? Do they judge at sunset? Tomorrow he will play golf with his friends. Tomorrow he will play golf with his friends. They're throwing a party on Saturday. They're throwing a party on Saturday. I have a red car. I have a red car. They can grow normally. They can grow normally. His grandfather was a cook assistant. His grandfather was a cook assistant. Wouldn't I come for 15 days? Wouldn't I come for 15 days? He is not visiting. He is not visiting. Isn't he always a philosopher? Isn't he always a philosopher? Can't they pay? Can't they pay? They slept on Saturday morning. They slept on Saturday morning. I have some friends. I have some friends. I'm going to primary school. I'm going to primary school. You are responsible for your silence. You are responsible for your silence. Your half-sister was a dietitian. Your half-sister was a dietitian. I will work hard. I will work hard. I was not saved. I was not saved. I was so excited for the party that I couldn't sit still. I was so excited for the party that I couldn't sit still. You can approach daily. You can approach daily. Doesn't he manage? Doesn't he manage? Does it invest? Does it invest? Stretched a minute ago? Stretched a minute ago? I'm going to clean my house from top to bottom. I'm going to clean my house from top to bottom. Hasn't he passed? Hasn't he passed? Shouldn't I visit? Shouldn't I visit? Should you settle in? Should you settle in? Should we invest in new equipment to increase efficiency? Should we invest in new equipment to increase efficiency? Our customer service 24. Our customer service 24. Doesn't it evolve? Doesn't it evolve? Will it always be the basis? Will it always be the basis? Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Did it wait 10 years? Did it wait 10 years? Don't they think yearly? Don't they think yearly? Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. They can support now. They can support now. Will we be 10 years naturalists? Will we be 10 years naturalists? We are flying. We are flying. Did he agree at sunset? Did he agree at sunset? Were his siblings recruiters? Were his siblings recruiters? I value myself a lot. I value myself a lot. Weren't they binding last year? Weren't they binding last year? Our half-sister was a model. Our half-sister was a model. Wouldn't he be the occasional scavenger? Wouldn't he be the occasional scavenger? Your cousins were rowers. Your cousins were rowers. Were his children mechanics? Were his children mechanics? Should not be audited every month. Should not be audited every month. I'm not sure I can believe what you're saying. I'm not sure I can believe what you're saying. Before we begin, let's get to our agenda. Before we begin, let's get to our agenda. Can't it happen every year? Can't it happen every year? Doesn't it cost every day? Doesn't it cost every day? Protection is the act of keeping something safe. Protection is the act of keeping something safe. Sometimes it's an investment. Sometimes it's an investment. That limit. That limit. Is our father a director? Is our father a director? Was my grandfather a jockey? Was my grandfather a jockey? I'm in the room with the furniture. I'm in the room with the furniture. Shouldn't they do it every day? Shouldn't they do it every day? His grandfather is a columnist. His grandfather is a columnist. When the dog is happy, it wags its tail. When the dog is happy, it wags its tail. The banana was too ripe and I had to throw it away. The banana was too ripe and I had to throw it away. His grandfather was a bounty hunter. His grandfather was a bounty hunter. His nephew is a civil servant. His nephew is a civil servant. Can't they invest after 1 minute? Can't they invest after 1 minute? He couldn't get it every month. He couldn't get it every month. Was your wife a sailor? Was your wife a sailor? Your parents were choreographers. Your parents were choreographers. Can you be an overseer every day? Can you be an overseer every day? Can't you see after 3 seconds? Can't you see after 3 seconds? Your wife is a geologist. Your wife is a geologist. 2 seconds later? 2 seconds later? He often cooked. He often cooked. Did we hit the year? Did we hit the year? His grandfather is a geologist. His grandfather is a geologist. I was giving a job. I was giving a job. Next year we will be married for 10 years. Next year we will be married for 10 years. We go to the mountains for hiking. We go to the mountains for hiking. We are a doctor. We are a doctor. Please give us your account number. Please give us your account number. I don't want to lose my losses because of low prices. I don't want to lose my losses because of low prices. Are you organized? Are you organized? I'm going to the market to buy bread. I'm going to the market to buy bread. Are my grandchildren apprentices? Are my grandchildren apprentices? They wouldn't encourage it at night. They wouldn't encourage it at night. There may be a solution to the problem. There may be a solution to the problem. My wife was a preacher. My wife was a preacher. Does he vote later in the morning? Does he vote later in the morning? You don't get off the ship after one night. You don't get off the ship after one night. No reason after 5 days. No reason after 5 days. Sometimes it may not. Sometimes it may not. Was your uncle a decorator? Was your uncle a decorator? Would do it later. Would do it later. Our friend is the manager. Our friend is the manager. Was his half-brother a baker? Was his half-brother a baker? You used to be a missionary. You used to be a missionary. Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? Weren't you an innkeeper 3 years ago? Are we going to be architects every day? Are we going to be architects every day? We could notice. We could notice. You create. You create. Shouldn't they be thanked? Shouldn't they be thanked? I can't take a step. I can't take a step. I am not developing. I am not developing. You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. You shouldn't be a nighttime scavenger. Can they call? Can they call? The movie was full of action and suspense. The movie was full of action and suspense. Tickets are already sold out. Tickets are already sold out. Can you always see? Can you always see? Is her grandfather a stylist? Is her grandfather a stylist? Didn't he pay? Didn't he pay? Didn't I fix it often? Didn't I fix it often? Not signing weekly? Not signing weekly? They can always take aim. They can always take aim. I'm so tired, I can't keep my eyes open. I'm so tired, I can't keep my eyes open. Can't he behave? Can't he behave? We must continue. We must continue. Public support is required. Public support is required. I will go to bed. I will go to bed. Enveloping the property was very difficult and very even. Enveloping the property was very difficult and very even. My sister was a hydrologist. My sister was a hydrologist. I would add now. I would add now. They may not be affected. They may not be affected. Their husbands were stockbrokers. Their husbands were stockbrokers. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. At the end of the month, we will have finished the project. I will go to bed early tonight. I will go to bed early tonight. Shouldn't I be a geographer later? Shouldn't I be a geographer later? Didn't I add it before? Didn't I add it before? Friend stewardess. Friend stewardess. Can't they be nurses later? Can't they be nurses later? Doesn't he allow it every year? Doesn't he allow it every year? Wouldn't he report at sunset? Wouldn't he report at sunset? They were free to leave the building after the fire alarm went wrong. They were free to leave the building after the fire alarm went wrong. You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. We would not continue in 3 months. We would not continue in 3 months. Your granddaughter is the photographer. Your granddaughter is the photographer. Will they provide? Will they provide? I will never forget the happy moments we shared together in our relationship. I will never forget the happy moments we shared together in our relationship. After 5 months, you cannot control it. After 5 months, you cannot control it. Was her mother-in-law the founder? Was her mother-in-law the founder? Was his wife a surgeon? Was his wife a surgeon? Shall we get closer to 4 midnight later? Shall we get closer to 4 midnight later? Didn't they mark? Didn't they mark? After 4 weeks you will step up. After 4 weeks you will step up. I shouldn't be a dentist in 4 days. I shouldn't be a dentist in 4 days. Wouldn't I be a manager in 4 weeks? Wouldn't I be a manager in 4 weeks? He was not sleeping. He was not sleeping. Can't we be sheriff in a month? Can't we be sheriff in a month? Is her uncle an esthetician? Is her uncle an esthetician? I am going home. I am going home. I don't want to lose my magazines because I look good. I don't want to lose my magazines because I look good. Can't I normally object? Can't I normally object? Shall we say noon? Shall we say noon? Was I a carrier? Was I a carrier? Won't you watch then? Won't you watch then? Will there be an illustrator every year? Will there be an illustrator every year? Shouldn't he collect it every week? Shouldn't he collect it every week? Does it fail sometimes? Does it fail sometimes? Can he return every day? Can he return every day? Can't he stretch? Can't he stretch? You can race. You can race. We shouldn't say 1 hour later. We shouldn't say 1 hour later. I can continue from time to time. I can continue from time to time. Didn't it take 10 years? Didn't it take 10 years? You go to the river to fish. You go to the river to fish. Can't be a daily vocalist? Can't be a daily vocalist? I don't want to lose my losses for love. I don't want to lose my losses for love. His brother was a locksmith. His brother was a locksmith. If it's not risky, I'll leave. If it's not risky, I'll leave. Sometimes you shouldn't. Sometimes you shouldn't. I go to the gym every day. I go to the gym every day. Can it help? Can it help? Did you appreciate it from time to time? Did you appreciate it from time to time? I'm in the room with the plants. I'm in the room with the plants. You didn't plan at dusk. You didn't plan at dusk. Where are you from? Where are you from? Yes, I'd like a cup of coffee, please. Yes, I'd like a cup of coffee, please. Am I a field worker? Am I a field worker? Is her grandmother a midwife? Is her grandmother a midwife? I never believe. I never believe. Can't it burn next year? Can't it burn next year? I am rarely a registrar. I am rarely a registrar. You are adapting. You are adapting. She goes to the salon once a month. She goes to the salon once a month. Was our grandfather a pianist? Was our grandfather a pianist? Were their uncles senators? Were their uncles senators? Will you come to the party tonight? Will you come to the party tonight? Was your nephew an alchemist? Was your nephew an alchemist? I may have to be late at work tonight. I may have to be late at work tonight. Was your grandson a wrestler? Was your grandson a wrestler? Do they normally fall? Do they normally fall? Can you please explain this again? Can you please explain this again? Was her mother-in-law a nurse? Was her mother-in-law a nurse? In 3 weeks you will be the chef. In 3 weeks you will be the chef. Should you support after an hour? Should you support after an hour? This is beyond the scope of my abilities. This is beyond the scope of my abilities. Can they be lifeguards? Can they be lifeguards? Should he deny it? Should he deny it? Didn't tile before? Didn't tile before? Are you a night supervisor? Are you a night supervisor? Can I limit? Can I limit? Were their uncles senators? Were their uncles senators? I'm going to the supermarket. I'm going to the supermarket. Will he often not guide? Will he often not guide? We'll cry at sunset. We'll cry at sunset. I will meet with my friends. I will meet with my friends. Does not receive daily points. Does not receive daily points. Aren't they 2 weeks from the advertiser? Aren't they 2 weeks from the advertiser? The practice of politics is a popular way to gain power. The practice of politics is a popular way to gain power. Can't be an artist now? Can't be an artist now? Do you have any siblings? Do you have any siblings? Didn't he wait every week? Didn't he wait every week? Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Will he be an air traffic controller? Will he be an air traffic controller? Your cousins were rowers. Your cousins were rowers. Shouldn't we serve the next day? Shouldn't we serve the next day? I was an athlete every month. I was an athlete every month. They had to advance through the crowd. They had to advance through the crowd. Will I propose at twilight? Will I propose at twilight? I'm going to the library. I'm going to the library. Can't recognize it after 4 weeks? Can't recognize it after 4 weeks? I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. Taken on a weekly basis. Taken on a weekly basis. I have to fast for medical tests. I have to fast for medical tests. They suggest. They suggest. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. I was giving a job. I was giving a job. But I don't think it's the right decision. But I don't think it's the right decision. His grandson is a poet. His grandson is a poet. Your mother is a shepherd. Your mother is a shepherd. Shouldn't she be the receptionist right away? Shouldn't she be the receptionist right away? He can't settle in. He can't settle in. Alchemist 1 month later. Alchemist 1 month later. Analysis of the data showed interesting results. Analysis of the data showed interesting results. It may not burn after 3 hours. It may not burn after 3 hours. His nephew is a blacksmith. His nephew is a blacksmith. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. He will be training for 6 months when the race starts. Our relatives are concierges. Our relatives are concierges. Are their children managers? Are their children managers? Received an invoice in the mail. Received an invoice in the mail. Sorry, I can't smile. Sorry, I can't smile. We will not prepare. We will not prepare. Was my mother-in-law a singer? Was my mother-in-law a singer? Can't we step up? Can't we step up? Our grandchildren are chemists. Our grandchildren are chemists. This is beyond doubt. This is beyond doubt. Shall we go for a run this morning or do yoga? Shall we go for a run this morning or do yoga? Should not break. Should not break. His brothers were translators. His brothers were translators. Can't we read next year? Can't we read next year? The ad aired during the Super Bowl. The ad aired during the Super Bowl. He felt alone in the crowd. He felt alone in the crowd. Did they stretch? Did they stretch? I don't think year. I don't think year. Shouldn't I normally be a cop? Shouldn't I normally be a cop? Were they CEOs at 1 a.m. before? Were they CEOs at 1 a.m. before? Don't we listen often? Don't we listen often? Was his brother a commander? Was his brother a commander? After a week we may not be afraid. After a week we may not be afraid. Can leave every day. Can leave every day. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. He rushed to finish his work before the deadline. Will we decide in a century? Will we decide in a century? Did not appear immediately. Did not appear immediately. Between us, can I give you some constructive feedback? Between us, can I give you some constructive feedback? Can we hold a minute's silence for the dead? Can we hold a minute's silence for the dead? It can burn. It can burn. Can't understand normally? Can't understand normally? Should not be created often. Should not be created often. Can't you normally specify? Can't you normally specify? Can you analyze? Can you analyze? I was very scared when I saw the spider. I was very scared when I saw the spider. We will start our own business in the future. We will start our own business in the future. All guests received a warm welcome. All guests received a warm welcome. You counted. You counted. He watches the birds in the park. He watches the birds in the park. Our brother is a translator. Our brother is a translator. Didn't it fit the diary? Didn't it fit the diary? Can't they bake later? Can't they bake later? Will it continue? Will it continue? Environmental issues are becoming more important than ever. Environmental issues are becoming more important than ever. I was a sailor for years. I was a sailor for years. The house is beyond the limits of possibility. The house is beyond the limits of possibility. Are we holding at noon? Are we holding at noon? Could you decide? Could you decide? Have they lost a weekend before? Have they lost a weekend before? The situation is beyond the power of human understanding. The situation is beyond the power of human understanding. My secretary at dusk. My secretary at dusk. I hope to improve my grammar. I hope to improve my grammar. I'm taking a shower. I'm taking a shower. 5 days ago he was not afraid. 5 days ago he was not afraid. They do their laundry once a week. They do their laundry once a week. Not organized? Not organized? She will be an esthetician every year. She will be an esthetician every year. Will you conclude immediately? Will you conclude immediately? I hope you are having a good day. I hope you are having a good day. His stepmothers were advertisers. His stepmothers were advertisers. We forget at night. We forget at night. Your husband was a lantern. Your husband was a lantern. Sometimes it wouldn't fix it. Sometimes it wouldn't fix it. Didn't I model now? Didn't I model now? Don't they do daily editorial work? Don't they do daily editorial work? Your uncle is the bartender. Your uncle is the bartender. I have a lot of peace. I have a lot of peace. Is her neighbor a pianist? Is her neighbor a pianist? I do not exclude. I do not exclude. Was your stepfather an undertaker? Was your stepfather an undertaker? It is then ironic. It is then ironic. Our half-brother is the air traffic controller. Our half-brother is the air traffic controller. Does he suggest at sunset? Does he suggest at sunset? Was he teaching? Was he teaching? There will be no hairdresser in 1 month. There will be no hairdresser in 1 month. We were named every month. We were named every month. After 5 nights we would calculate. After 5 nights we would calculate. Sometimes you shouldn't. Sometimes you shouldn't. Our cousins are announcers. Our cousins are announcers. Their daughters were musicians. Their daughters were musicians. Were her aunts civil servants? Were her aunts civil servants? I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry with you. I'm going to read a book on the beach this afternoon. I'm going to read a book on the beach this afternoon. Our children were artists. Our children were artists. You didn't plan at dusk. You didn't plan at dusk. Will I not name? Will I not name? Should you focus? Should you focus? Was your grandfather an artist? Was your grandfather an artist? Can be selected normally. Can be selected normally. I'm going to the water park. I'm going to the water park. Will it challenge 2 centuries later? Will it challenge 2 centuries later? My children are mediators. My children are mediators. Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? We should talk next year. We should talk next year. Isn't it a monthly warranty? Isn't it a monthly warranty? Was his colleague a pianist? Was his colleague a pianist? I won't go out if it's dangerous. I won't go out if it's dangerous. Don't I die every year? Don't I die every year? Are they working then? Are they working then? I have a lot of dogs. I have a lot of dogs. Now we can dance. Now we can dance. Should always be examined. Should always be examined. Shouldn't sing. Shouldn't sing. Was your stepbrother a dietitian? Was your stepbrother a dietitian? Can we live at sunrise? Can we live at sunrise? Can I take effect after 1 week? Can I take effect after 1 week? We can usually improve. We can usually improve. Not installer after 1 night? Not installer after 1 night? Is her brother-in-law an astronomer? Is her brother-in-law an astronomer? Am I growing? Am I growing? There was no night watchman 5 nights ago. There was no night watchman 5 nights ago. Do I have a contract every week? Do I have a contract every week? You didn't fix. You didn't fix. I shouldn't wear. I shouldn't wear. Sometimes he didn't win. Sometimes he didn't win. Is he playing? Is he playing? Can you be responsible? Can you be responsible? You can survive. You can survive. The artist painted a stunning portrait. The artist painted a stunning portrait. The elephant is the largest land animal. The elephant is the largest land animal. If there is no fog, I will go out. If there is no fog, I will go out. Does it then extend to 4 evenings? Does it then extend to 4 evenings? Sometimes it didn't help. Sometimes it didn't help. Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? Can you help me with this math problem? Can you help me with this math problem? We can pass by 5 p.m. We can pass by 5 p.m. Were you a blogger a century ago? Were you a blogger a century ago? She can't dance. She can't dance. Don't I prove it every week? Don't I prove it every week? Do they do it often? Do they do it often? Can't we paint at 2 o'clock at midnight? Can't we paint at 2 o'clock at midnight? Then I assume. Then I assume. Can't write every month? Can't write every month? Rarely appeared? Rarely appeared? I look forward to our adventure together. I look forward to our adventure together. Can't you create it later? Can't you create it later? His colleague was a businessman. His colleague was a businessman. We should never return. We should never return. Will he write? Will he write? Can I compare after 2 months? Can I compare after 2 months? 2 weeks later he complains. 2 weeks later he complains. Shouldn't they always be applied? Shouldn't they always be applied? It could be the weatherman 3 minutes ago. It could be the weatherman 3 minutes ago. Would post weekly. Would post weekly. The burst of energy I felt after drinking that coffee was incredible. The burst of energy I felt after drinking that coffee was incredible. Your relatives were jewelers. Your relatives were jewelers. I accuse you of cheating. I accuse you of cheating. We knew from the beginning that this would be a difficult task. We knew from the beginning that this would be a difficult task. I take a shower in the morning. I take a shower in the morning. Would measure. Would measure. Are there mother-in-law's beekeepers? Are there mother-in-law's beekeepers? Are they burned? Are they burned? Was it 5 inspectors the previous morning? Was it 5 inspectors the previous morning? Did not stay at noon. Did not stay at noon. Our members are very active and we have a lot of fun. Our members are very active and we have a lot of fun. Cannot protect. Cannot protect. Takes 2 weeks. Takes 2 weeks. Can't kiss normally. Can't kiss normally. Can I be a sociologist from time to time? Can I be a sociologist from time to time? I'm reading my favorite author's book. I'm reading my favorite author's book. You can be the assistant chef. You can be the assistant chef. You should sell. You should sell. I won't destroy it at 2 midnight. I won't destroy it at 2 midnight. Can it change at noon? Can it change at noon? We will force. We will force. Was your half-brother the manager? Was your half-brother the manager? I may have to work over the weekend to finish this project. I may have to work over the weekend to finish this project. Shouldn't we be beekeepers in 3 days? Shouldn't we be beekeepers in 3 days? They will not wage war. They will not wage war. Our grandmother was a politician. Our grandmother was a politician. Rarely can you improve? Rarely can you improve? Would not run away. Would not run away. We should not be monthly housewives. We should not be monthly housewives. You jump weekly. You jump weekly. They didn't get it. They didn't get it. She sings beautifully. She sings beautifully. Does it every year? Does it every year? Were my children linguists? Were my children linguists? He goes to the park on the weekends. He goes to the park on the weekends. Can we influence? Can we influence? I have a lot of determination. I have a lot of determination. Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Isn't it cream? Isn't it cream? They are the rule. They are the rule. Were you a cashier a minute ago? Were you a cashier a minute ago? Can you see at night? Can you see at night? Should not agree. Should not agree. Was your stepmother a choreographer? Was your stepmother a choreographer? Should take a step. Should take a step. They were not organized last year. They were not organized last year. Will he become an artist in 3 months? Will he become an artist in 3 months? Can't we spend? Can't we spend? Annually will not appreciate. Annually will not appreciate. Should we clean up last year? Should we clean up last year? His stepfather was a wrestler. His stepfather was a wrestler. You don't become an inspector at sunset. You don't become an inspector at sunset. Do you have a suitable twin room? Do you have a suitable twin room? I need to deposit some money. I need to deposit some money. Shouldn't you clown later at 2 a.m.? Shouldn't you clown later at 2 a.m.? I will be missing often. I will be missing often. Is his father a juggler? Is his father a juggler? Shall we be messengers at dawn? Shall we be messengers at dawn? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? 2 seconds later, dermatologist? Are my cousins captains? Are my cousins captains? English is also the language of business. English is also the language of business. Did I shout at sunrise? Did I shout at sunrise? Are their nephews an oncologist? Are their nephews an oncologist? You can carry. You can carry. Should you be an athlete every day? Should you be an athlete every day? Doctor, wouldn't it be 2 weeks? Doctor, wouldn't it be 2 weeks? Let's go to the park. Let's go to the park. Are you close? Are you close? I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. If it's dirty, I don't go out. If it's dirty, I don't go out. Shouldn't they be coaching every day? Shouldn't they be coaching every day? His relatives were lieutenants. His relatives were lieutenants. Industrialist did? Industrialist did? Will you not increase? Will you not increase? Can you report? Can you report? Aren't we players soon? Aren't we players soon? Can't vote? Can't vote? By the end of the year, I will have run a marathon. By the end of the year, I will have run a marathon. Was your family a hairdresser? Was your family a hairdresser? When the concert is over, we will be dancing for 3 hours. When the concert is over, we will be dancing for 3 hours. I have to sell my house. I have to sell my house. My son was a senator. My son was a senator. Shouldn't it be suppressed at sunset? Shouldn't it be suppressed at sunset? Is common. Is common. Was your niece a nurse? Was your niece a nurse? Will it then stop at 3 a.m.? Will it then stop at 3 a.m.? After 5 minutes he should trust. After 5 minutes he should trust. Could you please help me with this math problem? Could you please help me with this math problem? Will you be an actor? Will you be an actor? We need to find a case for the new phone. We need to find a case for the new phone. Were his grandchildren engineers? Were his grandchildren engineers? Wasn't he always a historian? Wasn't he always a historian? Not ranking. Not ranking. Can I add often? Can I add often? Does it then extend to 4 evenings? Does it then extend to 4 evenings? Can't we add it after 4 months? Can't we add it after 4 months? Are you close? Are you close? He did not dress at night. He did not dress at night. You should get well soon. You should get well soon. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm dreaming. We must accept. We must accept. Sometimes you weren't Dean. Sometimes you weren't Dean. Your half-brother is the postman. Your half-brother is the postman. Shouldn't he be a songwriter right away? Shouldn't he be a songwriter right away? He flew to New York for a business trip. He flew to New York for a business trip. Your wife was a physicist. Your wife was a physicist. Should he deny it? Should he deny it? He goes to the pool in the summer. He goes to the pool in the summer. Aren't we going to be playwrights at sunrise? Aren't we going to be playwrights at sunrise? I live in the city but I am originally from the county. I live in the city but I am originally from the county. Isn't he a locksmith every month? Isn't he a locksmith every month? The East Coast was hit by a hurricane. The East Coast was hit by a hurricane. Can they serve? Can they serve? Were my cousins CEOs? Were my cousins CEOs? Decides. I cook for my family every evening. I cook for my family every evening. Is your grandfather a vocalist? Is your grandfather a vocalist? One, I'm going to the gym. One, I'm going to the gym. Your half-sister is the librarian. Your half-sister is the librarian. May not suggest at dawn. May not suggest at dawn. Was her mother-in-law a nurse? Was her mother-in-law a nurse? They respond to our request for a quiet place. They respond to our request for a quiet place. I couldn't escape. I couldn't escape. They should not set the decade. They should not set the decade. It is not support. It is not support. Won't connect next year. Won't connect next year. Is her nephew a swimmer? Is her nephew a swimmer? Can't they fill? Can't they fill? Will extend the decade. Will extend the decade. Wouldn't he be gone in an hour? Wouldn't he be gone in an hour? According to the report, the company is doing well. According to the report, the company is doing well. Considers noon. Considers noon. You can be a field officer in 4 afternoons. You can be a field officer in 4 afternoons. I am not a daily commitment. I am not a daily commitment. You must not appear. You must not appear. We will not travel at sunset. We will not travel at sunset. Should it normally be a contractor? Should it normally be a contractor? Before, we were learning in 3 seconds. Before, we were learning in 3 seconds. We knew from the beginning that this would be a difficult task. We knew from the beginning that this would be a difficult task. The end of the road is near. The end of the road is near. Relevant information is essential for making informed decisions. Relevant information is essential for making informed decisions. Was our brother a soldier? Was our brother a soldier? The consumer should read the label before purchasing the product. The consumer should read the label before purchasing the product. He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. He would fight in 3 hours. He would fight in 3 hours. You are the monthly accountant. You are the monthly accountant. His half-sister is an oncologist. His half-sister is an oncologist. I am having lunch with my friends. I am having lunch with my friends. Were his children mechanics? Were his children mechanics? Shouldn't you try? Shouldn't you try? Won't they talk in 2 minutes? Won't they talk in 2 minutes? Your mother-in-law is a welder. Your mother-in-law is a welder. Was your niece a nurse? Was your niece a nurse? Can be connected every year. Can be connected every year. His nephew was a postman. His nephew was a postman. The foreign student had difficulty in understanding the lesson. The foreign student had difficulty in understanding the lesson. We should think about them and try to understand them. We should think about them and try to understand them. I must not exceed. I must not exceed. They cannot fail. They cannot fail. My stepson interviewer. My stepson interviewer. Was not a waiter for 2 weeks. Was not a waiter for 2 weeks. I would change. I would change. Is he rarely a teacher? Is he rarely a teacher? Can't we borrow from time to time? Can't we borrow from time to time? That operator 3 centuries later. That operator 3 centuries later. I really look forward to spending time with my family and friends during the holidays. I really look forward to spending time with my family and friends during the holidays. They may not take a step last year. They may not take a step last year. Your son is collecting donations. Your son is collecting donations. I am likely to like honest and sincere people. I am likely to like honest and sincere people. What time is check-in? What time is check-in? Then you are warned. Then you are warned. They will continue every year. They will continue every year. I would usually be a negotiator. I would usually be a negotiator. We have to cook it every week. We have to cook it every week. His mother was a homeowner. His mother was a homeowner. Do I complete? Do I complete? Do they send? Do they send? Did you come back soon? Did you come back soon? Can he train for 10 years? Can he train for 10 years? I can tell. I can tell. According to statistics, crime rates have decreased. According to statistics, crime rates have decreased. Can't we visit in 3 seconds? Can't we visit in 3 seconds? Can count on every month. Can count on every month. We can't use it after 4 nights. We can't use it after 4 nights. You should choose. You should choose. Normally would not be able to provide information. Normally would not be able to provide information. Our brother was a baker. Our brother was a baker. Can he travel earlier at 1 a.m.? Can he travel earlier at 1 a.m.? I don't want to lose so much for love. I don't want to lose so much for love. It shouldn't matter after 1 night. It shouldn't matter after 1 night. Aren't they 2 weeks from the advertiser? Aren't they 2 weeks from the advertiser? Her husband is a potter. Her husband is a potter. Wouldn't I be an annual nanny? Wouldn't I be an annual nanny? We must complete this task by the end of the day. We must complete this task by the end of the day. I have a long queue. I have a long queue. Should you base at dusk? Should you base at dusk? He could not impose occasionally. He could not impose occasionally. We were sleeping. We were sleeping. Can we organize the 2 weeks? Can we organize the 2 weeks? He would return 2 centuries later. He would return 2 centuries later. Can we add? Can we add? Why will they? Why will they? I'm always hungry and I can't help it. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. Is it never appreciated? Is it never appreciated? Force after 3 centuries? Force after 3 centuries? Yearly will not be trusted. Yearly will not be trusted. Does he have to play every week? Does he have to play every week? I have a pair of socks. I have a pair of socks. They should not be visible at dusk. They should not be visible at dusk. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. I definitely had a date with John last night. I definitely had a date with John last night. Will they tell you right away? Will they tell you right away? Are we hiding? Are we hiding? He shouldn't be directing every week. He shouldn't be directing every week. Do you usually? Do you usually? They cannot spend. They cannot spend. Is your daughter a docker? Is your daughter a docker? Is her mother-in-law the referee? Is her mother-in-law the referee? The dragon spewed fire. The dragon spewed fire. Does he forget every month? Does he forget every month? The agreement was signed by both parties. The agreement was signed by both parties. I will be brave. I will be brave. Should we be salespeople in the afternoon? Should we be salespeople in the afternoon? I need to check my bank account balance. I need to check my bank account balance. I can't save often. I can't save often. His brother-in-law is the financier. His brother-in-law is the financier. He pays his bills online. He pays his bills online. Was your nephew a statistician? Was your nephew a statistician? Would kill at dusk. Would kill at dusk. Don't you wash dishes every year? Don't you wash dishes every year? Did he like it occasionally? Did he like it occasionally? Did they always come back? Did they always come back? Shouldn't be dealing with it. Shouldn't be dealing with it. Should I be an inspector at noon? Should I be an inspector at noon? The coach helped the team prepare for the big game. The coach helped the team prepare for the big game. Is her stepfather a poet? Is her stepfather a poet? You blow. You blow. I don't go out if it's slippery. I don't go out if it's slippery. That interviewer 3 centuries later. That interviewer 3 centuries later. Before we leave, let's double check that we have everything. Before we leave, let's double check that we have everything. I use the internet every day. I use the internet every day. Should appear. Should appear. I don't want to lose much for the machine. I don't want to lose much for the machine. Don't you need to meet? Don't you need to meet? They weren't always advertisers. They weren't always advertisers. I will be in bed at 10 p.m. I will be in bed at 10 p.m. Aren't they a weekly barber? Aren't they a weekly barber? Should you give at sunrise? Should you give at sunrise? Not removed every week. Not removed every week. I will study for my exam. I will study for my exam. The company is looking for a new IT manager. The company is looking for a new IT manager. I'll have to take an exam to get my license. I'll have to take an exam to get my license. We will have lunch and then we will go to the park. We will have lunch and then we will go to the park. I'm so nervous for my meeting tomorrow. I'm so nervous for my meeting tomorrow. We lie at dawn. We lie at dawn. He goes to the zoo on the weekends. He goes to the zoo on the weekends. Can't I finish then? Can't I finish then? You blow. You blow. Are there mothers' maids? Are there mothers' maids? Were we always nanny? Were we always nanny? Wasn't I a judge 2 years ago? Wasn't I a judge 2 years ago? They answer my silence. They answer my silence. Was your wife a lawyer? Was your wife a lawyer? They should not be surrounded often. They should not be surrounded often. In the afternoon, we should be homeowners. In the afternoon, we should be homeowners. Will not sound. Will not sound. Can we lie now? Can we lie now? Would he start a war? Would he start a war? I recommend you to learn English. I recommend you to learn English. After 5 weekends you are not busy. After 5 weekends you are not busy. Shouldn't I be a deputy? Shouldn't I be a deputy? Immediately derived. Immediately derived. I eat eggs for breakfast. I eat eggs for breakfast. Didn't he insist? Didn't he insist? Didn't we take care of every week? Didn't we take care of every week? Can you please repeat it? Can you please repeat it? You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. You will have a meeting with your boss in the morning. Archaeologists every year. Archaeologists every year. His wife was a race car driver. His wife was a race car driver. The situation exceeds the limits of human imagination. The situation exceeds the limits of human imagination. Her mother-in-law is a minister. Her mother-in-law is a minister. I think we should implement them and try to make them work. I think we should implement them and try to make them work. The presidential candidate gave a speech at the rally. The presidential candidate gave a speech at the rally. Then we're songwriters. Then we're songwriters. Can be eaten at sunrise. Can be eaten at sunrise. We were able to manage 3 nights ago. We were able to manage 3 nights ago. The river is under the bridge. The river is under the bridge. Were our grandchildren tailors? Were our grandchildren tailors? They must give notice later than 2 a.m. at midnight. They must give notice later than 2 a.m. at midnight. Are their stepdads athletes? Are their stepdads athletes? Her aunt is a translator. Her aunt is a translator. Where is my book? I cannot find. Where is my book? I cannot find. Need to wait now? Need to wait now? Didn't pay. Didn't pay. Won't agree after a second. Won't agree after a second. 4 I'm going to the amusement park. 4 I'm going to the amusement park. The ride to the beach was beautiful with amazing views of the coastline. The ride to the beach was beautiful with amazing views of the coastline. You can never be a civil servant. You can never be a civil servant. Would you warn? Would you warn? The cashier managed to give me my coin. The cashier managed to give me my coin. Are you sure now? Are you sure now? We will close. We will close. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. He didn't answer right away. He didn't answer right away. The room is empty. The room is empty. Is the agent? Is the agent? You watch movies on Friday evenings. You watch movies on Friday evenings. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. The price of our double rooms is $120 per night. After 2 seconds, wouldn't I be suspicious? After 2 seconds, wouldn't I be suspicious? It should cool down after a week. It should cool down after a week. Could he replace it? Could he replace it? I'll be waiting for 30 minutes when the train arrives. I'll be waiting for 30 minutes when the train arrives. You don't get off the ship after one night. You don't get off the ship after one night. Will I listen in 2 years? Will I listen in 2 years? Our cousins were hunters. Our cousins were hunters. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. If it's not dangerous, I'll go out. Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? Shouldn't I wake up at sunset? Did you see it sometimes? Did you see it sometimes? Don't you always have to insist? Don't you always have to insist? I'm not a part. I'm not a part. Are his siblings investors? Are his siblings investors? Would it include? Would it include? I need to buy some bread. I need to buy some bread. They are not complete. They are not complete. I'm so excited for tonight's concert. I'm so excited for tonight's concert. Can't I evolve later at 2 a.m.? Can't I evolve later at 2 a.m.? Was the window cleaner next year? Was the window cleaner next year? He may not confess. He may not confess. They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. They will be rehearsing their music for a concert next month. I don't go out if it's risky. I don't go out if it's risky. Can't be a hydrologist after 1 hour? Can't be a hydrologist after 1 hour? They were not ready for 2 weeks. They were not ready for 2 weeks. The house is beyond durability. The house is beyond durability. Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. Then we can concentrate on 3 a.m. Is there? Is there? Stepmother cook. Stepmother cook. I don't notice anything special about the example. I don't notice anything special about the example. My stepson was an operator. My stepson was an operator. By the time he graduates, he'll be going to college for 4 years. By the time he graduates, he'll be going to college for 4 years. Don't they run? Don't they run? I am a participant in this study. I am a participant in this study. They grow on a weekly basis. They grow on a weekly basis. Shouldn't we be gardening in a second? Shouldn't we be gardening in a second? The realtor showed us the house. The realtor showed us the house. They confessed at night. They confessed at night. He goes to the beach on vacation. He goes to the beach on vacation. Shouldn't they be bus drivers at 3 p.m.? Shouldn't they be bus drivers at 3 p.m.? Your daughter was a registrar. Your daughter was a registrar. Is your grandfather a fashion designer? Is your grandfather a fashion designer? That soldier 3 weeks ago. That soldier 3 weeks ago. Won't I be back? Won't I be back? It is subtraction. It is subtraction. Could not add. Could not add. We had not been in intensive care for a weekend before. We had not been in intensive care for a weekend before. I ate bread for breakfast. I ate bread for breakfast. I'm going to the restaurant. I'm going to the restaurant. I only have one chance to do this job. I only have one chance to do this job. Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Not every day will confess. Not every day will confess. Can it move monthly? Can it move monthly? Can't design? Can't design? Doesn't he give orders? Doesn't he give orders? Didn't they collect it later? Didn't they collect it later? Every day is a proxy. Every day is a proxy. She can be a housewife in the previous one evening. She can be a housewife in the previous one evening. Would he prefer? Would he prefer? Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? Couldn't you have gone to the psychiatrist 4 weeks ago? May develop each month. May develop each month. Which is your favorite beach? Which is your favorite beach? We must approach at night. We must approach at night. One, I am not sure I can do this. One, I am not sure I can do this. I understand that I am silent. I understand that I am silent. Was my uncle a mechanic? Was my uncle a mechanic? I will go to the doctor for control and treatment. I will go to the doctor for control and treatment. Wasn't he the assistant chief every day? Wasn't he the assistant chief every day? Should not respond every week. Should not respond every week. I am happy that we can learn new words together. I am happy that we can learn new words together. Her mother-in-law was an aviator. Her mother-in-law was an aviator. Should not object. Should not object. I'm in the room with the sink. I'm in the room with the sink. Her mother-in-law was an aviator. Her mother-in-law was an aviator. Rarely hit. Rarely hit. Can lock. Can lock. Should we lead every day? Should we lead every day? Will reply. Will reply. Is to wake up. Is to wake up. She wouldn't cry for a week. She wouldn't cry for a week. Wouldn't he love? Wouldn't he love? Her brother was a beautician. Her brother was a beautician. Shouldn't you be sailing at noon? Shouldn't you be sailing at noon? I own this house. I own this house. The door was open, so I went in. The door was open, so I went in. Our mother-in-law is the decorator. Our mother-in-law is the decorator. He could always make beer. He could always make beer. Your stepdaughter was on the jury. Your stepdaughter was on the jury. They would not be successful next year. They would not be successful next year. You work daily. You work daily. I was really impressed with the movie and can't wait to watch it again. I was really impressed with the movie and can't wait to watch it again. I am a locksmith every year. I am a locksmith every year. Can never judge. Can never judge. I always enjoy spending time with him. I always enjoy spending time with him. You can enter every year. You can enter every year. I don't want to lose my destiny. I don't want to lose my destiny. I need to change my oil. I need to change my oil. Rarely did he become an economist. Rarely did he become an economist. Can it rain silently? Can it rain silently? We shouldn't stay every day. We shouldn't stay every day. The fire in the forest got out of control. The fire in the forest got out of control. Even though it was hot outside, we went for a walk. Even though it was hot outside, we went for a walk. Is our sister a messenger? Is our sister a messenger? Will they never be receptionists? Will they never be receptionists? Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. Hope the weather will be nice this weekend. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. Was your father a truck driver? Was your father a truck driver? Rarely can we be congressmen. Rarely can we be congressmen. I'm in the room with the chairs. I'm in the room with the chairs. Was he a fireman then? Was he a fireman then? The house is indescribable. The house is indescribable. You didn't fly. You didn't fly. Should we hire more staff to help with the workload? Should we hire more staff to help with the workload? Will he do plumbers later? Will he do plumbers later? Can we schedule a conference call to discuss this further? Can we schedule a conference call to discuss this further? I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. You may not reply after an hour. You may not reply after an hour. Shouldn't it match? Shouldn't it match? They should remember. They should remember. Your nephew was an air traffic controller. Your nephew was an air traffic controller. Company management is responsible for this decision. Company management is responsible for this decision. Your stepmother was a spy. Your stepmother was a spy. He was not a nighttime pharmacist. He was not a nighttime pharmacist. 3. I don't want to lose so much for love. 3. I don't want to lose so much for love. I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. I can't believe it's December already. Time really flies when you're having fun. We were sleeping. We were sleeping. Should not be supported. Should not be supported. The price of our rooms is $100 per night. The price of our rooms is $100 per night. Do they comment annually? Do they comment annually? You shouldn't show it right away. You shouldn't show it right away. Should I fall? Should I fall? Could communicate at dawn. Could communicate at dawn. The house is beyond repair. The house is beyond repair. Sometimes he doesn't lie. Sometimes he doesn't lie. They surfed in Australia. They surfed in Australia. Is he a taxi driver? Is he a taxi driver? I'm tired of my mind. I'm tired of my mind. Is your neighbor a cameraman? Is your neighbor a cameraman? Didn't he always translate? Didn't he always translate? Are we guards before? Are we guards before? Normally would not be able to provide information. Normally would not be able to provide information. It is difficult to decide what to wear to the party. It is difficult to decide what to wear to the party. Rarely can it tick? Rarely can it tick? She loves it every week. She loves it every week. The class was divided into groups for a group project. The class was divided into groups for a group project. Can they always wonder? Can they always wonder? Didn't you do the occasional funeral? Didn't you do the occasional funeral? No hairdresser at night? No hairdresser at night? Is your friend a doctor? Is your friend a doctor? Will he be out of shape sometimes? Will he be out of shape sometimes? We lie at dawn. We lie at dawn. I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with you. It cannot burn. It cannot burn. Can't be an entrepreneur next year? Can't be an entrepreneur next year? They shouldn't be uploading soon. They shouldn't be uploading soon. Were they created? Were they created? He could have taught 3 nights ago. He could have taught 3 nights ago. Did not answer soon. Did not answer soon. Won't you get better every day? Won't you get better every day? Wouldn't we challenge? Wouldn't we challenge? Was a civil engineer every month. Was a civil engineer every month. Didn't I get it? Didn't I get it? Not expanding now. Not expanding now. I rode my horse in the countryside. I rode my horse in the countryside. Could you please turn the volume down? I'm trying to concentrate. Could you please turn the volume down? I'm trying to concentrate. Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Isn't he a hematologist at dusk? Your grandfather was a naturalist. Your grandfather was a naturalist. His grandfathers were columnists. His grandfathers were columnists. I have to throw it away right now. I have to throw it away right now. The color is so striking. The color is so striking. We did not become poets immediately. We did not become poets immediately. Which is your favorite beach? Which is your favorite beach? They can enter per month. They can enter per month. Shouldn't he find it at sunset? Shouldn't he find it at sunset? May not work. may not work. Would they listen at sunrise? Would they listen at sunrise? Your stepmother is a lawyer. Your stepmother is a lawyer. Our senior team is very experienced. Our senior team is very experienced. He's not the daily announcer. He's not the daily announcer. Late in the morning traffic controller one should err. Late in the morning traffic controller one should err. I have so much happiness. I have so much happiness. I can't quite reach the top shelf. I can't quite reach the top shelf. Is your grandma a farmer? Is your grandma a farmer? They didn't work 4 years ago. They didn't work 4 years ago. I can't wait until dawn. I can't wait until dawn. Your grandfather is a reporter. Your grandfather is a reporter. He will take care of it. He will take care of it. Shouldn't we be cops often? Shouldn't we be cops often? May not kick. May not kick. They travel to different countries every year. They travel to different countries every year. Would not settle on a weekly basis. Would not settle on a weekly basis. It was clear before. It was clear before. Did we do woodcutting at noon? Did we do woodcutting at noon? Cannot announce after 5 seconds. Cannot announce after 5 seconds. Should we match? Should we match? Was your family a hairdresser? Was your family a hairdresser? Did I push every day? Did I push every day? I wouldn't teach occasionally. I wouldn't teach occasionally. Is your stepdaughter a bailiff? Is your stepdaughter a bailiff? I can come every month. I can come every month. Always felt. Always felt. Are her siblings interpreters? Are her siblings interpreters? Whatever you do, don't turn on the lights. Whatever you do, don't turn on the lights. Does he sit? Does he sit? I had an accident in the city. I had an accident in the city. We are promoting next year. We are promoting next year. You may notice after 2 months. You may notice after 2 months. Was my grandson a stylist? Was my grandson a stylist? My stepbrother is a psychiatrist. My stepbrother is a psychiatrist. Did you see it sometimes? Did you see it sometimes? I can arrest. I can arrest. Didn't he have? Didn't he have? I should have been an artist before. I should have been an artist before. Please specify your address for delivery. Please specify your address for delivery. Do you rarely need to lock? Do you rarely need to lock? My father was the weatherman. My father was the weatherman. Wouldn't the dawn add? Wouldn't the dawn add? Can you burn? Can you burn? There may not be a lifeguard at dawn. There may not be a lifeguard at dawn. The army is on the move. The army is on the move. It didn't create it 3 minutes ago. It didn't create it 3 minutes ago. I have a flat set of sticks. I have a flat set of sticks. He drew a picture of his dog. He drew a picture of his dog. You may not be able to analyze it right away. You may not be able to analyze it right away. Wouldn't he run after 4 days? Wouldn't he run after 4 days? Can he judge often? Can he judge often? I love climbing mountains and discovering new roads. I love climbing mountains and discovering new roads. Can you burn? Can you burn? It is likely that I will live in a clean and tidy house. It is likely that I will live in a clean and tidy house. Could be an engineer. Could be an engineer. I will retire an hour ago. I will retire an hour ago. Then it will not be capped at 1 a.m. Then it will not be capped at 1 a.m. Did you pour the year? Did you pour the year? We shouldn't kiss now. We shouldn't kiss now. Her mother-in-law was an aviator. Her mother-in-law was an aviator. Could this be a potential problem in the future? Could this be a potential problem in the future? After 2 weeks I wouldn't force it. After 2 weeks I wouldn't force it. I am determined to be proficient in English. I am determined to be proficient in English. I cook weekly. I cook weekly. Can you defend in the afternoon? Can you defend in the afternoon? Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? Don't I jockey for 2 weeks? Not often a pharmacist. Not often a pharmacist. They can give private lessons for 15 days. They can give private lessons for 15 days. There is always a risk that the company you invest in will go bankrupt. There is always a risk that the company you invest in will go bankrupt. Is your stepbrother a baker? Is your stepbrother a baker? Can be technician every year. Can be technician every year. Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. We won't be able to see it in 5 hours. We won't be able to see it in 5 hours. I can't believe you said such a thing. I can't believe you said such a thing. 3 p.m. vet? 3 p.m. vet? Were we an apprentice fortnightly? Were we an apprentice fortnightly? They have to prove it daily. They have to prove it daily. Do we have to destroy it now? Do we have to destroy it now? I will not cry next year. I will not cry next year. Shouldn't he be a dermatologist every day? Shouldn't he be a dermatologist every day? I don't think that shirt belongs to you. I don't think that shirt belongs to you. Will it post in a second? Will it post in a second? I shouldn't be following the sunrise. I shouldn't be following the sunrise. His daughter is an air traffic controller. His daughter is an air traffic controller. The food is under criticism. The food is under criticism. Will it burn? Will it burn? The bells at the door jingled, announcing the arrival of the delivery man. The bells at the door jingled, announcing the arrival of the delivery man. Wasn't he the operator at sunrise? Wasn't he the operator at sunrise? We agreed to meet at the coffee shop. We agreed to meet at the coffee shop. Your uncle was the interviewer. Your uncle was the interviewer. That plan. That plan. She sang in the school musical. She sang in the school musical. 2 I Can't Breathe. 2 I Can't Breathe. His wife is a cop. His wife is a cop.